Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hey K6, how you doing? I had to grab coffee and that took me like a minute longer than I thought it would. Cat, what are you doing? Chat, what is this cat doing? Why are you... Hey Envoy, thanks for the 500 bits, I appreciate it. You being awesome? Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Cat senses your frustrations. This is stuff that I need to
I
get
believe
out.
there's a Kevin near you.
And I think it's gonna do some good for the community to hear it from people who were in positions where our voices might echo a little bit further. So let me greet everyone first before I get into it. We got Stump, Perek, Loading Screen Boss, and don't get in trouble at work, Perek. Pico, Twisted Grin, Beaver, Shay, Kirk, Roddy, Sen, Glenny, Comfortably Dumb, Tatsu. Of course, we got K6. We got Milk Lizard. How you doing? Boom.
Hi, Quag. Keep being awesome.
Stream Elements is already slow today. I've been live for 10 minutes. Hey Zip Zip Boom, how are you? Hope you're well. And thank you for the 100 bits as well. Comfortably Dumb, I appreciate it. Hey Carter, is it wrong me to name every single one of my DA2 characters Ethan? Not at all. Not at all. I'm also here, don't tell everyone. Alright, I won't tell anyone, Mental Mars. How you doing? Just doing a small lurk for a bit, sounds good, Viper. Hey Macmillan, how are you? Okay, so. Hey Mac, hope you're well. So. Yesterday, we had the Wondercast over on the Gearbox official Twitch channel. Hey Urban Mech, how you doing? We had the Wondercast. And it was the first Wondercast in some time, and it was great to see the program back. If you're unaware, the Wondercast is a show. The Bordercast was its predecessor. Wondercast is obviously the Wonderlands version. It's a talk show where the hosts, Mitsu and Tess, they just kind of discuss ongoing things in the community, state of the game. Sometimes there's reveals, sometimes there's dev interviews. It's just a fun show. And if you've not ever interacted with Mitsu or Tess, they're both lovely individuals. You should follow them on their stuff. It's a good time. And the guests on yesterday's Wondercast were our friend Lazy Data and also Nemesis, who I want to shout out real quick, actually, who is a very talented cosplayer and streamer. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, go follow them. They are a wonderful individual. I've not personally had many one-on-one interactions, but I can tell you from everything I've seen of them, they're a person of good moral fiber. They work very, very hard, and I just want to highlight people like that. My start streaming alarm went off. So we had that yesterday, and also on the show we had Morgan and Mario, who are two Gearbox guys who just do a good job of explaining shit in general. Always like hearing from them. They went on and they talked about some general things that they're thinking about for the game. Nothing too specific. There were hints of maybe New Game Plus. I don't know if people caught that, but there were hints of that. Hints of more experimentation with Chaos Chambers. A cool little admission from Morgan, which takes a lot from, think about it from their perspective, what it takes to say this, that sometimes they try things and they just don't work. It takes a lot to admit when you have creative vision for something that just doesn't work, especially when your job depends on that. So I appreciated the candor there, and that was all nice to hear. We also got confirmation that the next Wondercast will be on August 11th, and that we'll be getting more DLC 4 info there. So that was all good. That's the good from yesterday. The bad is that yesterday in the chat was the worst community conduct I have ever seen from the Borderlands, Wonderlands, whatever you want to call it, community. It was absolutely vile. Deserves forceful condemnation across the board from literally everyone part of this fandom. I do not care what game is your preference. I do not care who you're friends with, not friends with. If you do not condemn the just awful behavior in the chat yesterday, I don't want to fucking know you. I don't want you in my orbit. I don't want you in the communities of anyone else I associate with. We do not want you if you were the kind of person who participated in just that shit show yesterday. It was awful. It was awful. I just want you guys to know that it was so bad. Normally, with any kind of dev update program on Twitch, if you've ever hung out in the chats for those, it gets pretty bad, but it's usually just a product of a very large chat and people trying to get attention in that chat. In this instance, in front of members of the creation team, such as myself, K6, Epic, also the guests on the show, the hosts, Gearbox and 2K were also in the chat, and then about 600 other people. In front of all of these people of varying levels of influence, we had people who call themselves community members, who call themselves Borderlands or Wonderlands content creators, who were just absolutely the fucking worst. And there's two things I want to really go over here. Two personal beliefs of mine. One, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Believe them. I believe in second chances, but do not forget what these people do. Don't ever forget it. Do not allow them that courtesy. The second thing is that people will do that showing exactly who they are thing when they're mildly inconvenienced. That's how you can tell exactly what a person is about. And because you'll have two kinds of approaches. You'll have people who are dissatisfied in the moment, who are not enjoying what they're doing, who will channel that into something constructive, who will do things such as point out, hey, this is what would correct this for me. I'm not enjoying this right now. I'm going to do something else, but these are my thoughts. And then they'll leave people who are enjoying a thing alone. You'll have people who will put out well-intentioned analysis videos. I know K6 has done one, I know Epic has done one, I know Moxie's done one, I know Birdman's done one. A bunch of people have done videos of that. And regardless of whether or not the points are things that I personally would agree with, that's completely irrelevant to the subject. The fact of the matter is those things were created from a place of love, well-intentioned, and I encourage you to go check those things out. I'm sure they're easy to find. You can get them. But then you'll have the other kind of person. You'll have the other kind of person who just sits there and heckles. And in a vacuum, it might seem like little snide comment here, little snide comment there, doesn't do much. But when you're using that in a space that you know has turned into something toxic, you know exactly how much weight your words as a person with a platform even slightly bigger than an average fan. When you know that people trust you for your opinions, for your position, and for your experience, and when you knowingly abuse that to weaponize or incite people into doing your little toxic bidding, it's disgusting. And we had in the chat yesterday several people who were let's call it showing the worst of themselves. And in the interest of protecting myself, because it was pointed out to me that there's witch hunt talking points and clauses. So in the interest of protecting myself, I'm not going to be direct in naming names right now. Maybe that changes later. But K6 mentioned, watch the VOD. Just go watch the VOD, and then watch the chat. We saw every kind of awful behavior. We saw insults to the devs. We saw accusations of things such as, oh, if you like the game, if you say you like the game, you're lying. Just disgusting things of the, hey, you could just not say that and it's free variety. But you also had people who were intentionally feeding the vibe of, let's call it, disrespect towards the guests. let's just leave that at that. I think you can imagine the kinds of things said in that vein, and you just had bad behavior that I'm absolutely embarrassed for. Even though a lot of it came from people I personally don't fuck with and who are not in my orbit, who I have removed from said orbit quite some time ago, it was bad behavior that reflects badly on all of us. Whether you know it or not, if you are part of a community, if you identify as part of a fandom, your words reflect on all of us, for better or for worse. And it's... yeah, and the only death threat I saw was actually at me. There were no death threats at the devs, it was at me. By the way, let's get that one straight. It was largely the disrespect, yes. It was incredibly disrespectful, and the bitter irony there is there's a lack of self-awareness that people who feel like they're, not part of the club, feel like they're outsiders, they make it so. They make it so by doing things like this. So, I just wanted to go over that. I understand this will come across as a little vague, and I'm sure this will pop up on Twitter, chopped up with context removed. People should know better being rude while Nemesis was talking, or Mitsu, Tess, and Lazy were talking. Yeah, they were just absolutely the worst. Once again, I want to point out that this is not a you like Wonderlands or not issue. This is a being a basic, decent human being issue. That's all it is. Why doesn't anyone like me? Because you're an ass to others? Exactly. Hey, Comp, how are you? So, my cat is playing with a bottle cap right now. One of the big plastic Arizona bottle caps. I don't know how he got that, but yeah. Yeah, so it was a pretty shit showing from the community. It was just a few bad eggs who made us all look terrible. And that kind of shit does damage going forward. I want to draw a parallel with the Destiny community right now. You guys might or might not be aware that currently the Destiny community is in a pretty big length of radio silence for very justified reasons, seeing as Bungie is at an all-time high for death threats by people who just can't behave. Now, as we went over before, devs didn't get the death threats yesterday. I did. But we are this close to that behavior spilling over into that area. We are this close. And we can't let that happen. Because A, what the fuck? Why would you be that kind of person? And B, that's a bridge that once you cross, you can't come back. If we as a community are labeled as the kind of people who endorse or enable anything like that, what does that say about us? What does that say about the level of communication that the devs and publisher are willing to have with us? What does that say about the quality of product they're willing to put out? What does that say about just... It's just not good. It's not good on a human level. It's not good for business. It's not good as a consumer. It's not good. Everyone should be able to get behind this idea that yesterday should not happen again. So if you're dissatisfied with something, you can channel that constructively. You can. Do not do what those shitlords were doing yesterday. It is not acceptable. But yeah, once again, I just want to cover... I tweeted about this yesterday, and something I want to do, I want to use my platform in a way that I want other people to. I'm going to spend more of my energy highlighting people who do have good community conduct, even if we don't have the same taste in game, the same takes on game design, all that shit, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I want to highlight fellow creators who I think are doing cool things, who I know are good people. And especially the ones who are able to, nice cases, who are able to take their dissatisfaction and set it aside and still be fucking cool. It's that simple. So you'll probably be seeing a lot more shoutouts and stuff from me going forward, but I think it's important to direct, especially the newer people. Remember, we got a huge influx of new people with Wonderlands. We need to direct these new people to the good parts of the community, not the bad. So we have to be as loud as they are. Speaking of tasty, brekkie, I did not. I did not. My stomach was a little upsetty this morning. So, yeah, if you guys got any questions or anything, I can take a few minutes, answer that. Once again, I don't want to, at least not on stream, I don't want to name names for the reason of protecting myself, regardless of how desperately I want to name and shame. I'm gonna go ahead and keep that one more level-headed. Hey, Pico, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Overwhelming majority of the community is cool as fuck. The angry ones are very loud. Exactly. Exactly. And that presents this illusion that they represent us, and they don't. They don't. Sorry this had to happen. I'm sorry it happened too. It didn't have to, but I'm sorry it happened. Yeah. Hopefully we can turn this into something positive and do some community housekeeping because of this. Hey, Tom, I got back. Thank you for the 2,069 bits. I appreciate that. Morning, Foster. A happy Friday to you as well. Shag, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You guys don't have to do this. Seriously. You don't have to. Keep your money. Shit's tight right now. Don't. Good Wolf, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Iggy Britt, thank you for the $4.20. Come on, guys. That's... I appreciate you. I do. And this is just proving to me that I'm doing the right thing in trying to represent you better with what small voice I have. But, like... just... let's be better human beings than those people. It's not hard to do, but that's what I want. That's what I want to focus on here. Jester, thank you for taking care of Stone Swan. Beaver, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Cat, what are you doing? Yes, you. I think we should do as community spread goodwill and make it clear people like that aren't wanted in our community. Recommendations. Shout people out. Tell people about your favorite creators who are out there spreading positivity, people you enjoy consuming the content of, who have that quality of character that makes them one of us. So, a lot of channels that started out, I can't comment to before the Borderlands 3 era. I'm sure K6 would have more insight in this. But a lot of channels that started in the BL3 era, such as my own, were built on people doing that for each other. A lot of my early following was from Moxie. A lot of it was from Lazy, from Cheese, from K6. A lot came from there. Jolts raided me a few times as well. Like, recommendations, shoutouts, raids, all that stuff. Like, let's stay connected. Let's keep all the decent human beings connected so that we are the face of our fandom, if that makes sense.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Even when I posted the video about PLC3 titled New Wonderlands DLC is really good, it's a 94% like rating. That's a good sign.
She's on fire.
That's a good sign. Mr. Adblock, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Gent Protection. 308 in the channel. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm behind on that. Just unhappy people would, stop playing the game, move on instead of trying to ruin things for others. It takes a certain kind of person to be willing to do that, Harf. And we need to start gassing up those people. If we can't forcefully expunge the other people, at least not without causing more issues for ourselves, what we need to do is elevate the people who aren't like that. And hey, you're one of those. So yeah, follow Harf. I'm gonna start just shouting people out. Ignore the spam. Of course, you got K6, you got Perek, if you're not following them already. Necromancer Gage is here as well.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Pilot is here.
There you go, Quack.
And I want to say for Pilot in particular, I have not known Pilot directly for long. It's one of those names I've been aware of for a long time, but every single interaction I've had with Pilot has been extremely positive, and I have a deep respect for them as a human being. So please follow Pilot as well.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Tatsu makes content as well, and Tatsu has done a lot of work in Wonderlands for providing save files full of cosmetics to the community. So, we're shouting out Tatsu.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Pilot's one of my favorite people in the community, also the badass who made the Hunt Goes Bird logo and the previous Hunt logos as well. There you go. High accolades. Do the thing. Do the thing. Anyway, have an awesome stream. Don't dwell on haters and hacks. Keep doing what you love. I plan on it, K6. Thanks so much for stopping in, and thank you for doing what you do. A lot of how I try to conduct my community and my content creation in general uses what you've done for the community as a base of just kind of building a group of people who like a thing and enjoying that thing together, while doing what I can to help out people who are trying to, you know, do the same thing. So yeah, thank you for what you do. I appreciate that a lot. I'm scrolling to make sure I'm keeping up with most of these messages. Mental Mars doesn't stream, but I really want you guys to check out Mental Mars' website as well. Community resources for lots and lots of games, not even just Lands games, but every single Lands game among them. And Mental Mars is another person who I have a very deep respect for, particularly the work ethic that goes into maintaining a website like that while still being active on socials and interactive in the community. It takes a lot. So like, please do that. Go check out Mental Mars' website. And Stone Swan is another person I want to shout out who's here in the chat. The way I became friends with Stone Swan is in Borderlands 3, he fact-checked me. I like to tell this story because it's important. Even someone who digs into theory as much as I do, sometimes you get up your own ass, sometimes you're wrong. And Stone Swan fact-checked the shit out of me, and I was like, hey, you're right. I am sorry. And the rest is history. So I appreciate that.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey, Alec, thank you for the 7 months. I really appreciate that.
7 months, man. You are amazing and an inspiration to us all as creators. You're doing awesome, bud.
That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Shout out Alec as well. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, Kyler posted Mental Mars' website there. Check out all the homie stuff. It feels so much easier to be kind. I don't understand why people want to put their energy into negative and toxic about stuff. I don't understand it either, Harf, and I think it says enough about our character that not understanding that's probably a good thing. And Necromancer Gage, thank you so much for the 5 months as well. And yeah, I'm always happy to point people in positive directions, and you absolutely fit the bill for that. So thank you so much for the support. And following K6 since BL2, he led me to you about 2 years ago. You're awesome, as is Moxie, Jolson, Lazy. I'm happy to be included in that group. Really, really. I got into Borderlands 3 content creation after a few months of just watching Lazy. I got back into Borderlands stuff, period, by watching K6 and Jolts before BL3 came out. And as BL3 was, like, really taken off, I believe I was Moxie's 66th YouTube subscriber. I remember his channel when he started, and seeing him hit that success was surreal. So it's cool to be thrown around with those names.
There you go, Quack.
Hey Stacy, how you doing? Good to see you. Rohit, hope you're well. I don't know if you want to do this, maybe some shout-outs in your About section. I saw Twitch is, like, betaing a feature allowing you to, like, or maybe they were considering doing this. I'll have to look into this. There's, like, a other channels you might like thing that you as the channel owner can customize. I gotta look into that. It's not the pinned thing. There was another thing that I read something about. Maybe that was just a pitch for an idea, to which you should do that. Because I would totally pin some other people's channels. So like if I'm not online, you can go directly there. Beaver, thank you for gifting us up to Mental Mars. I appreciate it. Rome, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much. Some folks think that when they buy a game it includes a 51% shareholder status. Don't be like that. Real. Kevin agrees. I don't know if you guys heard that. Kevin agrees. You want changes, advocate for the changes you want, try to work, build a movement of people who want that. Exactly. Putting other people down is not part of that. It isn't. But at some point, that gets lost in translation. So, advocate for positive change, disengage from things you're no longer able to interact with in a positive manner, and always, always, always be kind to your fellow human beings. Morning, Mackers. How you doing? Hope your cat's name is Kevin. Yeah, I got Kevin and Jake. Gotta get ready for leaving work. Bye, Perrick. Thank you so much for being you and all the support and stuff. Yeah, once again, chat, follow Perrick. He's streaming a lot of different stuff lately. Is also just a wonderful community leader, a dear friend, and just has done a lot for a lot of people. Before I get started, I just want to shout out more people. Nightbot, are you good? Oh, Nightbot's on cooldown. There we go. Pupty is another dear friend of the community. Just lovely human being. Has done a lot of artwork for myself and other people, and is just one of the most supportive people out there in the community. So definitely want to amplify their channel. Hey Felicia has done a lot of artwork as well. She does not stream, but you can find her on Twitter. She's done lazy sub badges, a lot of emotes for myself, a lot of emotes for Triple G, for Glenny, for a lot of other people. Speaking of Glenny, we gotta shout out Glenny for being just a great friend, one of the first people to support me as I was growing. And I really enjoyed that I was able to get Glenny the Founder's Badge. He just barely missed when they implemented that ability to remove old Founder badges. Kevin, come here. Make the world a better place by being kind to another. Smiles always welcome. Absolutely, Thumper. Well put. Well put. And King, thank you for the 100 bits. Really love the address this. Always stay positive. As Harfmill said, it is easier to be positive than it is to be negative. It's just easier. You have to go out of your way to be a lesser person. And I don't have an interest in that, so. Amplifying my friends and people I respect is a hell of a lot easier than doing the other thing. Another person deserving of a shout out. Holo, the Uwu Queen. Who, if there's anyone who is more passionate about making sure that people in this community are good to each other, if there's anyone more passionate about it than the people you've heard from, such as me, such as K6, it's Holo. Seriously, she's one of the kindest human beings I've ever interacted with. Always just sees the best in people and situations, but is still one of the first people to take action to protect the people around her. So it's much appreciated. Just a model content creator, and follow, do the thing. Feel way too lazy to be negative. How is everyone? Feeling a lot better after, this conversation, Sinju. Full disclosure, I felt a little bit of anxiety getting on today. More than one person I talked to yesterday was feeling apprehensive about the community due to yesterday's events, but I'm doing everything I can to dispel that, and you guys are playing a huge role in that as well. So thank you for making me feel better. Be rootin', be tootin', by God, be shootin', most of all, be kind. I like that. Where's that from, Emily? Did you make that up? Or is that from somewhere? What I got recommended to me again was like making a wish list. It's like noting things down and what you want to see in the future for that game in a positive manner. Like when you make a wish list, I don't know if it's something interesting people want to do. I want to throw that out there. Yeah, a few people have made content like that. I know Moxie did that. I know K6 did that. I know Epic did that. Birdman did that. Lots of other people. Still drunk from last night. Water, Tatsu. Water. Water. Hey, CZ. Oh, one more thing. They did get shouted out on the Wondercast yesterday, but I want to personally also highlight CZ47 and Sen. They're both in the chat there for doing 99% of the damage formula work in Wonderlands. A lot of the interactions and stuff, we only know how they work because of those two. CZ has also done more than that, digging into just other mechanics. Did the same in Borderlands 3. Just good individuals. Good individuals. I'm very proud to call them friends as part of this community. Something happened yesterday. I've dropped off. Means reaction to something bad. Never mind. Basically, there was some really horrible community conduct in the chat during the Wondercast yesterday, and I am taking today to highlight some positivity and show that that is not our community and they do not represent us. Just enjoying CZ Zamara's for mods for BL3. Yeah, that mod pack is great. That is exceptional. Something I do want to do as we approach the end of summer is I'm going to be doing more, like, not quite variety, but I do want to branch out into more lands content. So, like, going back to BL3, doing some modded stuff. I think I'm going to pick some brains. I talked briefly to K6 about this. I talked to Epic and to Zeta Demon about this a little bit as well. But I'm gonna pick some brains and get a mod list together that makes me actually want to revisit BL2. So that actually is on the to-do list. Maybe we do another TPS playthrough. Maybe we do a community TPS playthrough, like a co-op one. I don't know. Figure something out with that. And yeah, expect more collabs and stuff going forward because, like I said, I want to amplify people. I want to amplify the good. I just hear BL2? You did. Did Quag just say return to BL2? Yeah. I'm trying something different. It's unfortunate those that yeah, anyway. So, I'm gonna update stream title, and we're gonna actually play the video game now. I'm gonna do some, let's see, Dreadwind? We'll start with Dreadwind. Now, let's do some boss rushes. I didn't mention BL1. I love BL1. It's just so hard for me to play because of how dated it is. Like, if I can get past about the... What is it? Like, around level 15-ish is when I start getting real bored with BL1. If I can get past that point, then it's great. Because I really like the later stuff. And I like the early stuff. But it's like the middle that's so hard to play with how modern Lands games have gotten. But I do try to go back and play Lilith like once a year. Anyway. Hey Raider, welcome back. No, I'm here for the newbie questions of the day. How are y'all? Doing great. How are you? Hubby and I just started a new TPS run, trying to learn more about the story. I really enjoyed the story of TPS, Mad Thumper. I thought that the antagonist was pretty interesting, and I thought that the way it recontextualizes some of the characters was cool. TPS Exodus run? Maybe. Maybe. I've never played modded TPS, so I'm open to it. Find it funny that whenever I revisit the older Borderlands games, 1 is the one I enjoy replaying through the most, 2 and TPS not as much for some reason. Like Harf said, BL1 is a nostalgia run. It does feel super dated, but that kind of adds to it in a way. Just modded TPS. I'm liking it. Hey, morning, Zank. You enjoyed the Wondercraft stream yesterday? I enjoyed what was going on the show. I did not enjoy the chat, which is something we spent some time addressing today. But yeah, it was cool to go and support our friend Lazy. It was cool to be introduced properly to Nemesis, who seems like a very talented individual. I made sure to follow them, and I recommend you do the same. It was cool to see the Wondercast back. Tess and Mitsu were very excited about that. They hadn't run the show in a while. And as always, I enjoyed hearing from Mario and Morgan from Gearbox. Seriously, like, Mario in particular is one of those people that, even if I don't hear something I like, I'm just generally put at ease because he's very thorough. And with Morgan, Morgan's just a funny guy in his explanations, so I did genuinely enjoy hearing from them. Can the same enchantments roll on gun and spells or other equipment? There are different pools for different gear. There's different pools for different gear. There's enchantments that are exclusive to each slot. There's some that can roll globally across everything. But then there's some that have a few slots that they're specifically not allowed to be on. For example, you can't roll a gun damage enchant on a gun. It's to encourage you juggling things. So you can't roll melee damage on melee. At least not, spellcast melee. You can't roll gun on gun. Can't roll spell on spell. That stuff. Yeah, there's a spreadsheet with a list of enchantments right there. Thank you, Pragmatic. Any highlights from the discussion? We heard that we'll be getting proper DLC info on the in the next cast on the 11th. They also hinted at what sounded like a hint for New Game Plus. A big point from Morgan was that they've been experimenting a lot, and sometimes things just don't work. Which takes a lot to admit. And you could interpret that as a shifting of gears, like, oh, hey, hang on, this isn't landing with people. Let's try to course correct and do something more people will like. You could interpret it that way. So it was overall not massive in terms of substance, but I think if you read between lines enough, there's some interesting things there that could go in a good direction. Missed the broadcast of the chat really that bad? It was, Cephix. It was pretty horrible. Once again, it was not a majority of people, but it was enough, and it was enough names that have been seen regularly throughout the community that it made us all look bad. Gonna be a new character voice. Yes, yes. As Mental Mars mentioned, this was actually revealed by Sam Winkler, like a month ago now, in an interview. He was talking about how we're gonna get a new character voice with the Blight Caller. So that's another thing. Question, just got my first Ascended weapon yesterday, Diamond Guard. What's the best build if any to use this weapon? So Diamond Guard is interesting because it's one of those very few exceptions to the melee attacks are the only thing that trigger hilt mods rule. So there's 4 melee weapons that will have sort of passive effects that don't require you to do anything other than have it equipped. And those are the Greed Warden. That bonus for the fullness of your ward applies to all of your melee, not just your swings. The Spellblade, infamously, applies its scaling to anything you do that's melee. The Goblin's Bane will apply its health threshold based damage to anything that's melee. And the 4th one is the Diamond Guard Sword. The Diamond Guard Sword, when you melee an enemy, it changes the element of your melee, and it rotates through. This elemental conversion applies to all of your elemental damage. So you could, for example, change the element of Clawbringer's Cleansing Flames from fire to poison with the Diamond Guard Sword. Doing something like that would be, in my opinion, the strongest use case of the Diamond Guard. It's embarrassing as to take creating content is easy. They gotta take it easy on devs. It wasn't just the devs, Cephix. Like, there was only one death threat tossed around, and it was at me, not at the devs. But it was general poor conduct, some bigotry towards one of the guests, just general disrespect towards the devs, the publisher, other fans, the product itself. It was not a good look. But we as a community are moving forward from that by highlighting positivity and just being better. If anything, that poor conduct yesterday kind of unified a lot of us, because we might squabble on, hey, I like this about Wonderlands, I don't like this about Wonderlands, but managed to get us all on the same page about, hey, we're not bad human beings. Not come here at a good time? You came here at a great time, Asa. How you doing? Or Contagion, Alchemical Agent, Diamond Guard is a strong second for that build for me. It could still do that. What I'm using right now on your screen, Rome, is I am doing a melee build with Alchemical Agent and Contagion. I'm not using a Diamond Guard at the moment, but I could. Companion damage increased by 50% while skill is active, can be rolled on all geared weapons, correct? Yes. That one is the universal. Anything that can be enchanted can roll that. Everyone's doing their own thing, we all don't stand for that type of behavior. Right. Precisely. We're not that bad. Please in the dark what the conversation was about. Bad behavior in the community in the Wondercast chat yesterday. I spent the first about 30 minutes after the start of the stream talking about it, so all the information is there. I was compelled to stay after the stream and scold the trolls until the emote only chat was put up. I think a few others did as well. That's a big investment of yourself there, Dex. Just gonna go for a run because I'm out of shape and Novice Stay and Watch. I really need to get back in shape too, Septix. I'm right there with you. I used to be in excellent shape, and now I'm just kind of, not. Funny will not, because there are same people screaming for more communication. Clearly, toxic communication happens. They're their own worst enemies. A common complaint that I saw yesterday and today is, well, why aren't they saying anything more specific? Think about it this way. When confronted with that type of person, would you want to promise anything that you weren't 1000% sure you could deliver on? Would you want to be beholden to any sort of promise you've made? I'm testing to see how fast I can do this without an action skill, by the way. It's not very fast. We'll change up. Go after quite with threats. It was either for liking the game or as part of targeted harassment by some of the other creators there who do not like me. I'd say the first is more likely, but the second's a possibility. How do you feel about the Dragonlord fight with all his immunity phases? I believe he has the most out of all bosses, at least in base game. So I think the intention behind Dragonlord having this number of immunity phases is for, like, the cinematic value, right? And it's fun the first time you're in the fight, but it does kind of drag on, pun intended, for, like, when you're doing it at endgame with some builds. With, say, a regular gun build or a really well-optimized setup that doesn't have, like, delivery issues, such as against Bernadette here, it's fine, but it is a bit of a drag. I wouldn't mind if, say, the Tramplers phase was, like, not in the Chaos Chamber version of the fight. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's an idea that I've seen tossed around. How does damage decrease feel from bosses? I personally am not a huge fan of the decrease to boss damage. Like, because I play primarily builds that were already tanky, now I don't feel like I have to pay as much attention. And one of the things I like about boss design in this game, personally, subjectively, is that they're more involved than Borderlands bosses. Like, they actually can kill you. But, like that attack from Dragonlord, for example, that dot would have killed me pre-update. It no longer can. That's just my personal opinion. See, like, that would have killed me, but now it just can't. Natha's immune phases aren't that bad, they're short actually if you do something. Sure, something just dodging no attack, but still. It's something, but it is still ultimately repetitive. Guardian Takedown is my favorite piece of content in any Lands game, and I absolutely love it. But Anathema is a cool concept that does kind of overstay its welcome. Please go visible again. Well, to Bernadette's dead, so I can just do this again. I prefer they change some things like Rebuke instead. Me too, Pico, but what that creates is a situation where, for a lot of people, nothing changes. For the people who are having the most trouble, nothing changes. Because the people who are having the most trouble are the ones not taking the defensive skills. If you're taking the defensive skills, you either have the presence of mind to not need them, or you're already, like, tanky enough, you know? I don't think I have a majority opinion on this change, by the way. I know I'm in the minority because of the kinds of builds I play. I have enough self-awareness for that. And there's a couple positives that came out of it. For example, you could absolutely make a good argument for Wastard having too much damage, and that's no longer the case now. So, like, that'll assist people in having a little more wiggle room in learning that particular fight. So I think that's good. Let's go armors. Part of a few other games communities too. I have to say Gearbox, one of the most communicative game companies I know, and puts the most updates. People say Gearbox doesn't talk enough, doesn't put enough updates, so I don't know what they're talking about. The complaints don't always reflect reality. Sometimes communication goes through dry spells, but even proportionally, there are definitely worse out there. Yeah. I don't know why people are so impatient with the new class. Well, I don't begrudge them that, because think about it. This is the first time we've gotten a new class that isn't just marketed as a skill tree, because Borderlands 3's purple skill trees were effectively new classes in scope. They were just bolted onto existing ones, but this is the first time we've gotten an entirely new standalone class since TPS. So, like, and a lot of people didn't play TPS or are unfamiliar with it, so for a lot of people it's the first time for them since Borderlands 2. A lot of people just played the main series entries. So there's a lot of excitement there. Like what you like, don't be a dick. Absolutely, Ken. People played BL3, want more endgame DLC. Same people play Borderlands, we want more story deals. It did happen. That did happen. But I don't think there's anything wrong with making requests and advocating for what you believe to be positive change for something you love or want to love. I think that's fine. Ascended Amnesia with 2 and magic bullets. This is trying really hard. Someone justify this to me, because it's trying, but it's doing a lot of different things. Pick it up anyway. I have 2 backpack spaces. At least you can say the community is arguably the most passionate. You could say that, Dragoon Master, but a lot of people will hide behind being passionate as an excuse for their toxicity, and that's a different thing. 60% max ward? Yeah, that's a lot. Sabo spell with ability damage, don't pick it up. That's what I'm thinking. So no ability for those classes? Yeah. I would have to combine this with, like, bad action skills. Okay. Okay. Good call. Good call. This miasmic mail, though. 3 the old ways, 2 iron squall, area damage, all damage melee? Hello? See, it canceled out immediately. First run had an Ascended Amnesia and vendor I can afford it. I need to check that. I forgot that's in there. Good call. Yeah, check the armor vendor this week. Amnesia's sick. How you doing, fan? Hang on to a DLC for add a spell or come to Jude's ability? Fuck it, maybe. I haven't played since DLC 3 release. Should I do the additional difficulties? If you really, really like bullet hell stuff, yeah, this is kind of cool. If you really, really, really like bullet hell stuff, sure. I do. But if you don't, then maybe just look at the gear that comes from it and just do the tiers that unlock the gear you want on one character. Because there are access issues. Oh, I need to do inventory management. There are access issues. To damage the boss, you need to destroy all the soul cells, and those are enemies that are out of melee reach, that have weird hitboxes and can't be dotted. So that's something to keep in mind. I can get rid of that. I don't really need that either. That's a meme that can go... I don't need that. Alright. Good, glad to hear. I wonder if doing boss runs is the best way to farm vendor amnesias. Probably, because you get to the vendor that fast. Yeah, actually, that's probably the way. Like the first difficulty, don't mind bullet hell stuff, then I think you'll like it, also. Got 2 Ascended, 1.94 Twin Souls in like 2 days. One of them was out of the chest. That's sick. Enjoy your lurk, Foster. Enjoy your lurk, Mad Thumper. I appreciate you both. Quick connoisseur, this one's spicy. Does Amnesia look at how fast you can do best case? Yes. It looks at your movement speed stat. It doesn't care, like, how fast you're going. It cares what that stat is. So that's interesting because that also means that even being cryoed doesn't reduce the amount that your Amnesia can give you. Because it doesn't affect that stat. It does it differently. Just kind of doing all the new content at C20 since that's where I'm most comfortable. I think you're using the elective difficulty system to its intended purpose then. Dragon Lord again? Yeah. The Tramplers phase is a big part of what makes this slow. Like, if I focused up and debuffed properly, I can skip it. But if I'm just kind of chilling and like chatting with you guys while running weirder builds, I don't easily have the damage to do that. So I end up having to do this, and this takes a while. Took me a long time to get comfortable with Chaos. 50 is totally worth it to play at my own pace. Yeah, always play at your pace. Nobody controls your difficulty but you. It's fun too early. Thanks for the tips. You're very welcome. Hey, Brendan. How you doing? Broadcast still up on Twitch somewhere with all the chat? Should be. Should still be there. Fix the bug where Dragon Lord launches you. I don't think that's a bug. It's like mechanic. Seen a question yesterday, an official asking if there's a use case for Deathless. Any notable ones? Deathless can make you really tanky. As long as you invest enough into your health. So, when using unarmored defense, you want to invest into wards, because that's what gets converted at a better rate. When investing into Deathless, you want to buff your health. Now, with Deathless, you do lose health gain, but as long as you have ways to restore your wards without natural regen, and as long as you couple Deathless with still dodging high-priority attacks, having enough movement speed, having some damage reduction, you can get real tanky with a Deathless setup. Even at Chaos 50, there's only like a handful of enemies that can actually one-shot you through a Deathless with like good investment. It's like trolls, the blunderbuss goblins. Like, that's all I can think of. Bosses had their damage cut, so they probably can't anymore. Maybe Wastard still can, if you're not well geared. Notably, Barkenstein, a raid boss, cannot one-shot you with a good Deathless build. Doesn't. You can just eat those. Also gives you permanent uptime on the Gluttony's bonus effect, yeah, and the low health global damage enchant on board as well. Spicy water in the Maker can easily down you, and that's one of the downsides, yeah. Where's one send feedback existing bugs and Outriders? I don't actually know, Rohit. I imagine there's probably a channel for that in the official Discord for Outriders. I'm not sure. Chaos level boss damage nerf affect the raids too? No. It was just the base game non-raid bosses. Hey, Alan Burr, how you doing? Hitting armor bunny on my Chaos climb, hoping for good amnesia. It's got me some good money for the amnesia and the vendor. Need one with movement speed because I don't have a lot elsewhere. Yeah, if you don't have a lot of movement speed from your skill tree, then the actual roll on armor becomes a little more important. It's worth noting that remember the stat Amnesia gives you is all damage, so an all damage roll on the armor is like not as good as movement speed, and the movement speed in turn is just adding to more of what you already have, so that can still be beat out by something like area damage if that's a fresh multiplier for you, depending on what else you have in your spec and gear. Boss damage nerf significant enough to notice. On some attacks, yes. On some attacks, no. So this attack still hits very hard. Now this build is tanky enough that I can tell the difference, but a more glassy build is still gonna get like domed by that. Air damage good for blast gas? Yeah. But there's things that are notably less dangerous. For example, Wastard's Purple Nova, that's actually survivable now. Before, even with a tanky build, it would one-shot you, or at least health gate you. It doesn't anymore, as long as you have enough tank. Girl, you gotta stop doing this. Stop letting me get stuck. This is good nerf? Probably better for overall game health. Is it to my preference? No. But not everything has to be. Not chaos tier. I had to think about that one. If you aren't invested in health booster, tanky shield will still be squishy. Yeah, it's just very easy to cross that threshold. Only takes a couple things. It's funny how you can almost ignore Drill's Gamer Bathwater with Sigil and spin into death. You can get enough healing where you can out-heal it entirely. I don't have that healing on this spec, but yeah, you can get enough where it just is incapable of killing you. Off to work, have a great day. Take it easy, Zang. Thanks for stopping in. Manhandle enemies. Melee is fun, Good Wolf. It's a good time. Do 2 runs of the Catacombs of the Trials, certain positions on the floor where Hunt the Prey still doesn't seem to work. Map geometry issue sounds like, yeah. So, person wanted to build specifically for executions related to the best 2 classes, Beaver or Spell Shot. Let me think about that for a moment. Spell Shot presents a strong case because of the absurdity of Spellblade. You know, it be like that. Good Wolf.
Good morning, Chaos Chamber. It's morning. That means it's time for another few runs. Chaos Chamber, yes, sir.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Good Wolf. I appreciate it. Genuinely, you spoil me, but it's super helpful. Thank you so much. Yeah, Chaos Chamber. Me enjoy Chamber. But if you don't, that's okay too. I want to pick up this laser hand, but the crit chance roll is kind of mostly wasted. I like occasionally firing off uncharged laser hands, because I'm low effort sometimes, but the radius roll is also wasted, so nah. Finger ward of the juicy beef sounds cursed. It does. Are there now also people saying castle is going to increase? Or they pull that crap? I think it's just a desire among some people. Like, people probably caught wind of the suggestion based on, you know, how Chaos tiers work, that more Chaos tiers would improve Ascended drop rates, and I think something most people want is improved Ascended drop rates, so probably Snowball. Doesn't Radius help with Quag Aim? A little bit, just a little bit. I like it, but I do get a little nervous in it since I admittedly don't have the best self-esteem in my ability. It takes time to get comfortable. It takes time to get comfortable, for sure. Heart Barrier strikes again. It do. So yeah, Shay, I'm thinking about it, and there's an argument to be made for Spell Shot, of course, because, you know, spell damage scaling, lol. Berserker, of course, has great formula. Not a lot of raw melee, though. Obviously, if you're close, you'd get good value from the old ways, but, you know, Spellblade's also conditional, and you can use Spellblade on a non-spell shot, and it's still really good. And below this tier, below tier 3, Zerker doesn't help Exeblade at all. Which is fine, because you only barely get to tier 4, but it's something worth noting. Since Executioner's Blade does not scale up with class power, especially if you're doing it from the shadows, you can just kind of lean on your other class power. This means Berserker power would be good value for the Enrage bonus element. That's another thing in Berserker's favor. You could make a case for Clawbringer, because the blade would get Oath of Thunder, and, you know, Dragon Aura is just damage. The tree wouldn't do much else for you. Berserker would bring more survivability and quality of life. Yeah, you're looking at Spellshot or Berserker, most likely. There's cases for others, but I don't think they're as strong as Spell or Berserker. I do want more plate mails, because there's some things I want to try out. So I'm keeping an eye out for Burr Stabo and Claw Stabo plate mails. I play a lot of Stabomancer. Okay, this is Stabo Claw. I want the other one. But you tried. You ever verify my thoughts? Kind of leaning Burr for the nice survival stats? Yeah. Because you do no damage if you're down. So even only slightly less damage, but more utility and being able to actually, you know, be alive. Goes a long way. Is Burr the Flak in Wonderlands? Yeah. Yeah, Burr is if Flak had survivability. Now, the thing that Berserker doesn't have that Flak did was up until Purple Tree, all of Flak's action skills were good. Feral Surge just kind of isn't very good, but Dreadwind's good. So think of it as trading in an action skill option for just like a much better take. A pet? No, Flak doesn't have pets. That's a fever dream, Jbridge. You imagined it. I would never use. I like being tanky. I'm just standing in all these clouds, taking all these hits. Burr has bloods, we just need to take yours. Oh no. You actually do lose money for dying in a boss run, by the way, even if you don't lose a life. That was my amnesia that killed me. We'd avoided Wonderlands for a bit, not because I don't like the game, just don't want to experience fatigue. Don't know why it suddenly feels a bit refreshing to an MTD and Arc Race in BL3. Hey, variety is the spice. The reason why I'm able to pull such ludicrous hours counts in both BL3 and Wonderlands is because I take breaks when I feel like playing something else. If I want to play something else, I do. I never force myself to play something I don't want to, ever. Because that's how you get burnt out. Also made the suggestion in a discussion I had this morning in official. I'll talk about slightly buffing chaotic and volatile drops, like 10, 5% each on C50. Someone suggested chaotic being guaranteed or even volatile for that level. I wonder your guys' thoughts on the idea. I think that on Chaos 50, non-chaotic gear drops should just probably not be a thing. It's just not necessary. The problem is, how do you distribute that among the others? Like, you have a 49% chance for an item to be non-chaos tiered at all on C50, and that's kind of excessive, in my opinion. Breaks from games are just as important as stretching every now and then. True. There is a Kevin near me. Hi, Kevin. He's a good boy. Cat. Non-chaotic should be 5% or even 0. Yeah, I feel the same. I don't know exactly what number. I don't know if 0 would be, like, balanced, but, the difference between a non-chaotic item and an Ascended is, you could have the same item with the same parts, but the stats could be literally double. So you can get an item that, with perfect parts, is still half the effectiveness. Now imagine if you got a non-chaos tiered item with an unfavorable enchant with the worst possible parts configuration. And it's like, it's not gonna do anything on that difficulty at all. My companion build set as Glass Cannon went down often, started expected Dark Magic for Leech, Dark Magic Efficiency boost while running the build. Used to scrap the stat, now I'm curious. Dark Magic Efficiency is one of those weird oddball stats. Dark Magic is still, you don't still completely understand precisely how it works. There's some things that it doesn't scale properly on, particularly things in the spell area and most melee stuff. Not all, but most. Dark Magic Efficiency will make your overall Dark Magic healing more consistent, but keep in mind that boosting that stat comes at an opportunity cost because you are giving up much, much better passives. And another way to get more Dark Magic healing is to do more damage. So you could just take a damage passive in that slot instead, right? Or a damage skill. So not only will you heal more, the thing will be more deaderer. Nope, each Chaos level has a set room layout, every level random. Chaos Trials are completely fixed. Every single one. You can do exclamation point Chaos Trials, and you can see the bosses in each of them. That's BL3 Time Trials. Holo. Chaos Trials is the command for that one. That's confusing. I should probably update Trials to be exclamation point BL3 Trials. Hey, Felice. I don't say this enough, but fucking love you. Your content's amazing. I know I would not have gotten to C50 without your help, so thank you. Hey, my pleasure. Kind words really go a long way. Thank you. You were close. You were close. More deaderer. Uh-huh. Again. Listen, it's fun to spin and win. I was told that spinning is a good trick. So I'm trying it. Hey Senna, how are you today? Thoughts on Chaotic 35%, Volatile 35, Primordial 25, Ascended 5? I don't know. So with current enemy health and stuff, I don't know if Ascended at 5 is, like, healthy, because the way, at least in my experience, across the builds I've played, across the Chaos Caps I've played, the game is not balanced around you having the highest tier. It's not even balanced around you having the second highest tier available. For example, if you have full volatile at Chaos 20, everything is easy. Like, your stats are way higher than what the content demands. The DPS checks and such are structured more around, hey, you have a mix of non-chaos tiered and chaotic items with maybe a couple volatiles here and there. That's where Chaos 20 is. Then at Chaos 35, it's like, okay, you got mostly volatiles, maybe a chaotic here and there, maybe a primordial here and there. And then you get to 50, and it's like, alright, you've got a mix of volatile and primordial, and maybe you have an ascended, maybe you don't. But being full ascended would just break game balance. It being a low rate makes it a chase, and that's good, because that chase would take a long time. And for some people, achieving peak power too soon lowers replay value. For some people. Not everyone, but some. So I don't know about 5%, but I do like the rates you proposed for volatile and primordial in particular, Milk Wizard. I'm just asking random questions. Nothing to be sorry about, Comp. Happy to answer. Happy to do it. Did it, Mom. Made it to a Quag stream. Risky move for an anti-mather like myself, but hey, it's a small sum to calculate for 1 ounce of fresh quadra juice. What did it cost me? Everything. It cost me everything. I'd do anything, literally anything to sniff that beanie for literal seconds. I'm broken. How long did it take you to make that? Epic. Also, hang on. I gotta fix a thing. If Twitch will let me. There we go. Yeah, Epic, and enjoy the emotes and stuff, and no ads for you. Like I mentioned earlier, something that I want to do is highlight people who I think are doing good shit and who are good people. And Epic is absolutely high up on that list. So, if you're not already, follow Epic. He's working on big Redux mod updates for Borderlands 3. So, that's cool stuff. Also just making content for stuff and things. Playing a lot of No Man's Sky recently. BL2 playthrough. Something with 0, right? Was your last BL2 playthrough? But yeah, follow Epic for stuff and things. Solid human being. That chest was kind of disappointing. Our boss feeling post-topic saw their damage was halved entirely. So there's some attacks that kind of feel like they didn't change, like Drill's Spear Throw, for example. If you're not a super tanky build, that's still gonna kind of have the same effect. But a notable one that's a lot easier to deal with is Wastard. Hey, low fidelity. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you so much. Wastard, the Purple Nova no longer one-shots you if you have some amount of tank in your build. So that's really cool. You can actually survive one of those. And the Skulls, it takes like, I don't know, maybe 3, 4 to down you on a tanky build instead of 2. So that's nice. Dragon Lord kind of doesn't do damage anymore. I don't personally love that. I know that's a minority opinion, but that's how I feel about it. Yeah, Kevin, I'm explaining. I got it. I haven't tested out Nightmare's damage. That's one I'm curious about. Remind me to, like, let Nightmare hit me next time it pops up, chat. Kevin. So wondering how that could possibly work. They changed data tables to overall scalar, only modifies the base damage of an attack. So an attack does 90 damage as is. Change yesterday barely touches it. I'm guessing drill escape the flames. I had noticed myself taking less damage from drill. The thing with drill is, like, he struggles to hit you at all. A lot of the damage you take in drill isn't from him. It'll be lingering stuff on the ground, or it'll be like the ads or the water. Drill himself, I suppose I need to take more hits from him to like get a better sample size there, but he does feel less damaging, though still very heavily damaging. Celyssa's a good example. The spike she leaves on the ground that does the lingering damage, that one feels like it doesn't really hurt too much anymore. Granted, I'm playing a tanky build. But the water geyser one, that one still does a lot. So it's like an attack by attack basis, it seems. Whether their damage was in a position that it's meaningfully affected by the change or not. Overall, I think for the majority of the player base, it's a positive change. For me, subjectively, because I'm weird, I don't like some of the bosses doing significantly less damage. But I think overall, it's positive. Oh, trying to Dreadwind and Iclops. I see. I've learned my lesson. You also have a bunch of defensive skills? Yeah, I do. So, something to note is that for more glassy builds, you're gonna have to invest some amount to feel noticeably tankier. I think that's what they were implying with the damage reduction skills feel more valuable comment, because they didn't change damage reduction itself. Okay, hello, Iclops, please get bladed. How'd it go? Great content? Hey, thanks, Higgibrit, I appreciate it. Hope you have a good one. There we go. Ground enemies. Did they fix the projectiles of Theodore Reno one tapping you like the flamethrower? I actually did some Theodore before stream today, and they still hit real hard. They didn't change anything with the DLC. It was just the base game bosses. They didn't touch the raid bosses either. Which does highlight the design problems with the DLC bosses. Imelda and Theodore both do a lot of damage. Imelda has more problems than that as well. So I'm hopeful that eventually we get an update just for the DLC bosses, their damage, their hitboxes, maybe allowing people to respawn inside of the mirrors, adding health barrels to the Chaos Chamber equivalents of the fight, that stuff. Making them actually drop their dedicated drops. I have a list of wants there. This is what the dev said yesterday. I feel like they're very open to DLC adjustments, at least once 4 is out. Hopefully. I got that vibe too. Especially in the area where they admitted, hey, sometimes we try stuff that doesn't work. That gave me that vibe. I'm hopeful that it works out that way. Minder, let it hit me. Ah, thank you. Thank you. They don't even drop their stuff. They do turbo, but the rates are low. Because of the way dedicated drops work in this game, one single kill of an enemy is very unlikely to give you their drop. And because with the mirror formats and the Chaos Chamber format, you spend a lot of time to get to that one kill, you have one kill of a low drop rate. Now that's more tenable if you have the save quit farming loop, or if you have something like Boss Rush where you just do a bunch of bosses back to back. Those kind of get around that issue. But because they don't have any like guaranteed and they don't have the featured boosts that bosses and featured runs get, the DLC bosses just kind of don't drop their stuff with any degree of regularity. Like, if they guaranteed dropped you one item from each of their weak pools on a kill, that would go a long way. I'm hopeful just based on how great Beal 3 was after a bit of time. Yeah, me too, Holo. Me too. This talkie you punching? Yes, sir. I am doing the punching. Let's see how hard this hits. That still hits pretty hard. Keep in mind, I am a tanky build. That will probably still bring you to health gauge on a glassier build. Do your other attacks. Okay, so each one is about half my HP, whereas it would have been most of it before, assuming I don't have wards. Let's see how hard you hit with this one. Good timing. Yeah, that still hits very hard. But Nightmare's pretty, I'd say, forgiving now. I think forgiving's the right word here. You can just kind of take hits constantly. And as long as you have healing, you're fine. But it is important to note some classes do not have access to that healing. So it's not like the bosses are pushovers now, but for builds that are already tanky, you will have a notably easier time. For builds that are not tanky, you gotta add in more. Back to watch the VOD from yesterday. Yeah. People have consistently been like, it can't have been that bad, and then go and watch the VOD, and it was that bad. It really was that bad. First time I paid attention to how they spelled Nightmare. I hate it. I mean, it's accurate. I like to think PLC4 would be better. They're taking a lot more time and effort seeing the light hotfix compared to the other ones. Yeah, we do have a longer gap. Now, whether that's due to development time or other factors, we can't say for sure. But considering one of the common points of feedback for the first 3 was that they felt a little more rushed, less so in the third one. More people liked the third one. K6 mentioned that his video on the third one did very well likes-wise and engagement-wise, so that was good to hear. I don't pay much attention to the YouTube side of things, so that was nice information for me to have. But generally, 3 was well received. But 1 and 2, they had a common criticism of being, they feel rushed. So if they can take a little extra time for 4 to feel better, I'm all for it. Third one felt a lot better. IMO could pass as a headhunter for me personally. Yeah, format-wise, it's very good. I'd even go as far to say is that with a couple extra features, the third one could feel like a takedown. Because think about the structure of a takedown. You have some mobbing as you progress through an area, and then you have a mid-boss encounter, then you have more mobbing progressing through an area, and then you have your final boss. With Mirror 3, instead of having that mid-boss, you have mobbing progressing through an area with objectives, and it's non-linear. You can choose the rooms, the 4 rooms in whatever order you like. That was a nice little touch. So the runs aren't just the same each time. So, you know, accounting for the lack of a mid-boss, it's the closest to takedown-like content we have in this game. Almost like a Destiny strike. I've not played Destiny since the first one, so I'll take your word for it. And here's Imelda, my least favorite boss in any Lands game, ever. I do not like this fight, I do not enjoy this fight, and this is one of the things that I would like to see addressed. Her hitboxes are such that I need to resort to things like this, because 1, I physically can't close the gap with her to do melee, and 2, several melee alternatives, such as Ghostblade, do not interact well with her hitboxes. So it's like, not my favorite. But we have From the Shadows and tasers to push in the blow. Luckily, Dreadwind hits her, which is just proof of weird hitboxes. Dreadwind can hit Imelda, but throwing a hammer at her can't. Spinning in circles on the ground hits this boss. Throwing a hammer at her doesn't. I hope they fix that. Okay, but spin to win? Yes. You can still stand under the platform, hit her with tasers, don't know if Axie Blade would still do its thing. I'll have to try that, J-Bridge. That is good to know. I didn't know you could do that. But does Kevin like Imelda? Kevin, you like Imelda? I don't think he does. Random queen out of nowhere. Roddy really likes Imelda because I don't like Imelda. Hold up. So it's just Roddy messing with me. Hey Tom Nasty, how you doing? Seems like it sells more health than Feodora, and I don't like that. They are quite tanky, relatively, and also, their hitboxes for the soul cells are set up in a way that some things struggle to hit them. Even before introducing the cover, the rotating cover around them, and the fact you gotta deal with bullet health stuff. But also, they can't be dotted, and things that home in on targets don't target them. So there's a lot of methods of dealing damage in the game that are just unable to interact properly with the soul cells, so I don't think you're off base there at all. That's a valid critique. Spell Queen, I approve. Spinning worked for Anakin, so it works here too. Real. Okay, drills. Hitboxes. I was 1 pixel off, so now I gotta wait. Gotta step in the bathwater for damage though. Soul cells are a pixie nerf. But they also nerf melee, so it's not worth it. How much does Drill's bathwater sell for? Are we gonna bid on it? I already need to make it work for Head of the Snake in a second. Oh yeah, sorry, boom, I missed it. Something I still have not tested, which I need to go back and do, is I had the idea of, so since the Love Struck Bow spell, you get Hydra voice lines when you cast it, right? If they count as Hydras, and Head of the Snake works on them, that would probably be the best use case of the item. But that's something I need to test, or someone else needs to test. The only thing about Feodor fight is the barriers are too much. You shoot for 1 second and wait for 5 for the barrier to pass the soul cell. That definitely adds to it, yeah. I would like to be able to just bonk them with a sword. That would make me happy. Home, welcome back, Derek. Need to get some sleep, so y'all have a great day. Take care of yourselves. You as well, Holo. Thank you so much for being you, all that you do. Being one of the real ones, standing up for just good people everywhere. I appreciate it, and get some good sleep. Chat, once again, if you haven't already, follow Hola. She streams DGen hours, usually. That being the dead of night. Hey Pupty, how you doing? Drill whose bell is Delphine. Oh no. Poisonous grape-flavored bathwater filled with chunky Davy Jones fluids. That's a sentence that I read. Bonk and wonk, no bonk and wonk, no shoot, only bonk and wonk. Okay, some shoot, but then bonk and wonk again. Exactly. That's what we're all about here. It's the first time he sold some like 15 fans. Oh no, it's the water incident. I am awake. That is a good place to be. How you feeling? Feeling good. We had a very positive discussion as a community, the front of the stream, and just good vibes. Good vibes today. So, feeling good about that. Moxie had a whiskey cross-brand chance quite undrilled too. What would it be though? Grape soda? Because a good classic, like orange or grape soda, that shit can't be beat. This is because I woke up late. Really got went well though. Thank you, thank you. Melee the Barf Bunny? Sure. I mean, you can get it to do something. If you partially invest crystals, the way you get it to puke up for that amount is you melee it. Like that. Question? What's up, Beaver? Hey, Natas, how you doing? Piss in a bottle. No, thank you. Glad to hear the discussion was good, as busy with work. Yeah, we had a lot of welcome just figures in the community come through, and I got to shout out a lot of friends and lovely individuals who all have the same ideology as us and just being decent people. Do we kill Drill? Do you just go back to rest in his purple water and let us through? Good question. Good question. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. Here, you can look at the tooth gun. It shoots teeth. And look at the skin and try not to feel uncomfortable that it looks like skin or gums. BRB, 1 second. Okay, me back. Drill whose allergies are acting up. God damn it. Now we know what their nightmares look like. I wonder how much of this game is just people channeling their nightmares. Like, that mask from, what is it from the first or the second, PLC? You know the one with the long nose? That one haunts my dreams. And then you have the Tooth Orator, just everything about the Tooth Fairy in that quest. Ugh. Ugh. Ever seen you change equipment for better loot luck? That's because I often forget. I keep the gear on me. Like that's what this is for, Sano. I just forget.
Imagine falling into Drill's lair as he sees us enter his domain and he prepared to fight us Wolfma 58 Gasm, but then we pull out a comic oversized bendy straw, make eye contact with Drill, and do what has to be done.
You know, I would like to see that animated. I would like to see that. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Good Wolf. La Chance, La Chad, La Homeboy. Wait, okay, but what? What did I just read in here? Like a Looney Tunes approach to beating Drill. Like, he's a fish, right? So if you drink all the water, he can't fight you. That's just biology. Let's pacifist run. OGK. I can't wait for text-to-speech on that one. Is it gonna do it? Is it gonna do it? There's an option to assign key for set equipment change to others. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'd totally be down for that. Fucking better. Well, I'll thank you in advance. Thank you so much for the 19 months. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing great. Oh, there it is.
VXJGXITDJGXKYXLHXJCKTXJTXJGXJGXJTXJGZJG.
It's kind of a bop. that was kind of a banger. Thank you so much for the 19 months. I would never have read it that way, but you know, I agree. I agree now, yeah. Text-to-speech got some flow. Hey, Goodwill, thank you for 500 bits.
This one is for Kevin Ahem. PS. Hi Kevin.
PS. Thank you for the 500 bits. And Works just chilling in chat. Hey, happy to have you. Hope Works treating you well. We're doing all the melee things. I have decided to replace my entire personality with playing melee builds in this game. So like, that's what we're doing. We're doing boss rushes. After this run, I think I'll switch to the Clawburger build, the hammer throw one, because I do want to get armors for that. So maybe rolling on that actual class will help me. Parasite, you fucking miss. How do you do this? How close to get to 1 billy? We made like 640, something like that. Across this character and the other one. I kept getting distracted by making other builds, so I just kind of stopped grinding the money. But it was totally possible. Totally possible. Maybe next time a Mimic run comes around, I'll have a little more discipline to actually grind to that goal. Drop me an Ascended times 2 liquid gold. Or nothing. Nothing works too. Dreadwind Obelisk is a real bull in the China shop moment. It would be my absolute favorite thing if we got an Obelisk, like, run, and I could just Dreadwind every room. If we want text-to-speech to get it right, it's gotta be piss, 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 which is funny in its own right. Piss. Mom, melee builds aren't a phase, they're a lifestyle. Hi, I'm Melee, I mean Quack. Good impressions of me. Drops from bosses in this Wonderland's economy? Couldn't be. That was slow there. That was slow. Hey, Samantha Vest, thank you so much for the Prime, for the 15 months. I appreciate it, appreciate you. One of the most dedicated lurkers. Means a lot. Thank you. Lurkers are the
Quag
backbone.
Pride.
Quag Pride indeed. That reminds me, let's get some Quag Prides in chat. Gotta spam that more often too. It was actually a really fast run for what I had to deal with there. Huh. I guess I kind of just settle into a groove with this build. Did I hear Obelisk only run? Wishlisting it. They haven't put it in, Avi, but I think that's something a lot of people would want. Would you agree? Be the worst run of 8 Obelisk, Pigwort, Freezeglee's Gargle Snot. I think it'd be just like... I would like to see them also simultaneously add the ones from like the overworld that aren't in the chamber. Like Magical Splotch, Eros Wyvern, there's a couple others. Adding those in would make that playlist pretty cool. A lot of variety. Hey Dogman, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub by Dogman, or for that matter, anyone else today, I'd want to toss them some words of gratitude. That would mean a lot. Like using it for pride stuff, also like using it for cases of reading Rainbow. Multitasking. It's a multi-talented emo. Love to see it. Endless Chamber. The thing with Endless Chamber, it would be tough to implement because of this loot room. Like, the way this works, if it never ended, you could never use your crystals in the bunnies, right? We did have that really long run though, Avi. I don't know if you were around for that. We had a week where we had 2 featured runs, and one of them was 29 rooms long, and that was really fun. I really enjoyed that run. I want that to be a permanent feature, because it's at the end of the day, it's just more options for more people. I absolutely want an Obelisk run. I want that super extended run to come back. How many crystals? As far as I know, I got the most out of anyone. I managed to get 74,000 in one run. 74,000 solo. It took a while to loot. It took a bit. Endless, but every 5 levels you get a choice to go loot room or continue. I like that, Usual Suspect. It's a good idea. I don't know how the implementation on that would work, but I like it. Sorry to hear of issue to deal with yesterday on Wondercast. Are awesome people. Good work. Hey, kind words are very appreciated. And we're moving forward from that shit yesterday as a community in a positive manner, because we are better than those people. We simply are. So they do not represent us, and we're not going to let them. We're not going to let them. We're going to be positive and just be better human beings than that. And thank you so much for the support, Dogman. So glad everyone feels the same way about the Obelisk. They're so much fun. Yeah, that's something that I've seen. Even people who aren't necessarily a fan of the Chaos Chamber format, they seem to like Obelisks, which I like, because Obelisks are, to me, the core of what makes the gameplay in these games good. Because you're fighting a bunch of mobs, and then after the mobs, you fight a tougher enemy. That simple core loop is why people like a lot of activities. That's why people like takedowns, for example. Mobbing, boss. Mobbing, boss. It's that same thing on a mini scale. And you can do so much with that. I like it. $74K with 80K plus being possible. Yeah, 80K plus was totally possible. I would have tried for that, but the run went away. So I hope it comes back. What was I going to play? Oh yeah, I was going to play Yeet is Murder. Hold your applause. Mini bosses are good, so are mini bagels. Also true. Dopamine rushes watching the Obelisk light up about to spawn a mini boss is unmatched. True. True. So many characters. I do play a lot. I've yeet to see this one. clipping broken for anyone else? Is your stuff going through the floor? Your loot, Pragmatic? Mario and Morgan are fucking awesome, just saying. Absolutely. I always love hearing from them. Like I mentioned earlier, I've never had a conversation with Mario that I didn't walk away feeling at least put at ease. And I've never had a conversation with Morgan where I wasn't amused by his explanations. He'll just explain shit, but it'll also be fun. They're just fun people. Hope the community did not scare them off. Found out why we couldn't nickname the Wyvern? No, I gotta check the quick change and see if that's still the case. Completely forgot about that. No, I meant Twitch clipping. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know. So I take somewhere said we need less mindless mobbing. A few sentences later, we need slaughters. While I do enjoy slaughters, I wouldn't say they're much worse than mindless mobbing. Like, mindless mobbing, how do we quantify that? Because mobbing towards an objective is not mindless mobbing, right? Like, mobbing in takedowns, you're generally doing it to open up the next area, right? Mobbing in Chaos Chamber, you are mobbing to get to the next room. Mobbing in an obelisk, you're trying to spawn the boss. Like, that's all objective-based. I'd say mindless mobbing would be going around like a random map in the world, just kind of killing enemies to no goal. So there's not a lot of mindless mobbing in any of these games. Not since Borderlands 2 gave more objective-based mobbing. Sure, BL1 had a lot of the mindless mobbing, but BL2 onwards, objective. You know, Digipeak being a good example of that. Region here, maybe they mean mobbing with set spawn patterns so you can optimize featured runs or a thing. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Wondercast Twitch stream? Yeah, it was on the Gearbox official channel. I'm out dinner time in Holland. Have a great day, everyone. Take it easy, Mental Mars. Once again, I want to tell everyone here, check out Mental Mars' website. Covers lots of games. Battleborn, Lands games, lots of stuff. Really admire the work ethic. Wonderful human being. Check out his website. It's good stuff. Endless chamber scales difficulty per room until the player can't get through them with crystals cash out on eventual death. Wonder how far players could get. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to have some friendly competition on that. A decent dot. Hey, Hellrider, how you doing? Can't look at Banshee without hearing Banshee. Alright, Conan. Sorry I missed the beginning of the stream. Anything important to discuss that I missed? I talked for like half an hour. It's worth going back in the VOD at some point later if you want to and watching through all that. We had a bunch of people come through and share their thoughts. It was a good conversation. Maybe I'll chop that up and highlight it, upload it somewhere. I don't know. I don't know about that. But yeah. I also think Banshee's my favorite boss in this game. Really like the fighter. I like Banshee as well. It's a good like trendsetter for how bosses in this game work. It's a lot of attacks that you need to avoid, and she's not unforgiving. I think Banshee's a well-designed boss, except for occasional hitbox weirdness. But a lot of bosses have that. I can look at a Sharks fan and not say ooh ha ha. Hopefully later in the life cycle, we'll be able to make custom difficulty runs, like picking the modifiers when the run starts. Something like that'd be really cool. Something like that would be really cool. I don't know how likely that is for Goon Master, but it's something I would definitely like to see. Enjoy your lurk, Emily. Thanks for hanging out. Guy that said boss damage was doubled came back and said we're getting a chaos cap increase tomorrow. Huh. Some people just make stuff up for attention. I guess stop engaging. Cut my Banshee time in half after watching you fight her yesterday. Hey, I'm glad it worked out. Stump, thank you for the 5 gifted. That goes a long way. Thank you so much. Total 28. You're a legend. Thank you so much. Got gifted us up by Stump. Please feel free to show them some love. And I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Thanks so much, Stump. Oh, so this one's gonna be awkward. She resists lightning. This is why I want to try Diamond Guard Sword. I think like a situational Diamond Guard would be good here. Still did decent damage though, honestly. More than I expected to do. The crossbolts help a lot. Oh, I did get my first, like, remotely okay Tyrant's Truth. I gotta show you guys. I can do it right now. This one. I got this morning right before stream. So, like, magic bullets, it's Stabbo spell shot. The magic bullets points kind of detract. I wanted Clawbringer power on this, but melee crit chance is good, and it's the melee conversion one. So if I was to get, like, a Tyrant's Truth with something close to the skills that I have on the left, I think that might be better for this build. Just a thought I had. Oh good, got a question. Can you duplicate characters in this game? On a PC, tried it yesterday and it didn't work. You need third-party assistance for that. Because of the way saves are stored, save IDs are stored, it's not something you can do with like one click anymore. It's possible, but requires extra steps. Acquired shrimp for dinner. Ooh. I need to buy some shrimp. There's a bunch of dishes I want to try. And get their lotto ticket. I didn't. But best of luck. Trying to make some shrimps. I want to do some like coconut fried shrimp. That's a big one I want to mess around with. Also, I made a pretty good curry a while ago with some shrimp that I still could have improved, so I want to like perfect that one. Shrimp banh mi might be really good. I do not know what that is. Feel free to explain. I got asked before what type of damage assault batter dagger storm. It's melee. Yeah. Also, hi Maniki. Good to see you. Chicken wings are ready. Let's go. Oh yeah, I don't quite know how this will fare against Bernadette. I don't remember if Hammer Throw can reach her. So we're learning together. Vietnamese sandwich, usually really good bread and fresh veggies. Ooh. I do like Vietnamese food. A little I've had. food talk's killing me. I haven't eaten yet today either. I should probably change that. Okay, so this is a good example of a build where the survivability increases are really helping, or the enemy damage reduction, I should say, the boss damage reduction. Because that would have killed me. I'm not particularly tanky here. That hit? Well, I have stab on that, it's fine. Let's step away for a second. Thanks for being a force of positivity. Sucks certain toxic people describe people like for not being a shit. Welcome. I don't believe him. Like, I don't believe that they believe what they're saying. It's deflection. And, I've had shit thrown at me my whole life. I've dealt with worse than them. Ascended Scarlet Claw. Shame nothing else about this is good. Like, it's really trying to have high numbers. But Called Shot is bad, Blasphemous Favor is bad. Oh well. Friend of Flame. Friend of Flame is not a 1-point skill. Boom. That is Blasphemous Favor. It's 1 in 85 billion. Explain your build, don't mind? Sure. They could have a 100% drop chance on Ascended, it would still take ages to replace my loadout. Art variants, yeah. I'll explain the build after I roll for armors here. 1 second. Business model comes to stand during the pandemic. Yeah, a lot of food places I'm familiar with closed down. I haven't ventured out that much in my area since COVID, so there's probably places that I'm familiar with that aren't there anymore. Are doing the featured? Any reason why? I feel like doing boss runs at the moment. I just want to fight more bosses and have shorter runs. It's just simply what I felt like doing. No real reason beyond that. Okay, so this is a Storm Dragon's Judgment build. Also, look at my character fashion. This is Storm Dragon's Judgment build. I wanted to do hammer throwing for big damage. In terms of the melee action skills, if I had to put them in some sort of pecking order, Ghostblade would be at the top, followed by Dreadwind, followed by Storm Dragon's Judgment, followed by Cleansing Flames. This does not mean that this is not viable, it just means that you need to work a lot harder to put investment into it. And the way I've chosen to do so is Spellblade. Spellblade applies to it. So we're doing spell damage to beef up the Spellblade. Currently have a Paradigm. Note that I don't think this is best in slot. I think that running an Amnesia or a Tyrant's Truth is going to give me more damage overall. But this is what I have at the moment. Alchemical Agent, as always, melee stuff. It's simply goated. And padding our melee crit chance out to the best of our ability. So we're at a resting 52.8 without Awe enabled at that. So that's a pretty good place to be. We do have awe as well for another 52% to go into that calculation. Indomitable for survivability. I like having this situation with trees with the number of skill points we have to have 2 tier 5s and splitting the investment. This is one of the big reasons why more skill points I think would be disadvantageous, because it would take 2 more skill points here to unlock Storm Smite. Giving us 3 skill points would get us the capstone here, but even just giving 2 skill points would put me in a position where I'd be able to max out Awe while having Indomitable and Alchemical Agent, so I'd get the entirety of everything useful in Tier 5. So I like the skill point count for that as well. Resting crit chance. Yeah, it's like resting bitch face, but better. I've been told I have resting bitch face. Sorry. Rebuke or dedication if using Ghostblade. I would say dedication, because at the very least in between fights, provided you didn't take damage or not much damage, it does more. Rebuke on its own doesn't do much. It's just that cooldown is pretty much completely irrelevant for Storm Dragon's Judgment, so I choose to ignore it and just grab a little bit of DR, just a tiny bit. Especially because Stabo doesn't do anything beyond move speed and elusive for our survivability. Armor happens to have 3 points of Nimble Fingers, which is cool because we deal melee damage, and that gives us spell damage. And because we have 2 ways of turning spell damage into a bonus for our melee, it kind of self-sustains. Oath of Thunder applies to the hammer throw. Contagion spreads the alchemical dots. Hero points wise, we went crit damage, wisdom, and then remainder in crit chance. So crit damage, status damage, excuse me, remainder crit chance. I've been toying around with the idea of pumping Constitution instead of crit chance, but I'll probably wait for better gear. And gear-wise, we got a Spellblade, Spell Rings. This is just a Ascended Purple that rolled really well. Body Rune, as per usual. Warp Paradigm. Other options here, you could do Tyrant's Truth, you could do Selective Amnesia, you could do Amalgam, you could do a Claw Armor. Pretty much you just want Clawbringer power primary with area damage, and then the rest is like get spell damage if you can. Theurge, you could do Slip and Stun, you could do Harbinger. You got choices there. And I'm using a Smithy's Ire currently to be thematic, because it is also melee. Plate Mail. Plate Mail is something I want to try out on this. It's going to be a damage down, because it'll divide your damage into that bonus element, and bonus elements don't get splashed. So you would overall lose damage, but you might get enough meaningful dots that it could be okay. It's something I'm willing to try. On paper, Plate Mail would not be good here, but things are not always as they appear on paper. So I do have an interest in Plate Mail. It's one of the armors I'm kind of peeking for in the pile. Good element to have on Scalawag. If you're playing a Clawbringer, you want either Fire or Lightning. If you are playing a Berserker, Cryo. And other than that, it doesn't really matter. I guess Dark Magic would be nice. For healing. So I guess the only one that there's really no use case for is non-LE or Poison. Poison 1 with Cryo Spell, Lightning Weapon. Poison doesn't hurt you, it just doesn't do anything for you. Saw the Wondercast without the chat, so wholesome. Yeah, definitely a different vibe without the chat. Get more hero points if they want any more points. I'd be down for that. We'll take an Indomitable with Ghostblade. Yeah. It's just a really good safety net. With how much damage enemies do at C50, taking a slightly less damage from your tree in favor of getting a second life on a 100-second cooldown is really good. And Indomitable also gives you damage while it's active. Gives you a lightning bonus element. That's nice. Oh, I was teleported. Okay. It activated just there, saved my ass, and gave me damage. Oh, and what I'm holding is a Rapscallion. I realized I didn't go over my guns. I use a Tootherator for crossbolts. I use a Delusion for debuffing. Stab-O-Matic when I absolutely need to shoot. And I have a Rapscallion that I'm holding for the melee bonus. Off topic, but Paper Girls dropped on Prime yesterday in case anyone's a fan of the comics. I'm not familiar, but I'm happy for you. That was an element matching moment right there. That was a good hammer throw. Yeah, Contagion's great with Alchemical Agent. Pragmatic. The more I've used it, the more it's just cemented for me. I think Alchemical Agent is just like my favorite skill in the game. Like if I had to pick a favorite skill, it's that one. I just love building around it. Delivering melee different ways. And getting big, good value dots out of it. It's fun. Let's see the hammer getting work. Yeah, it's a good time. Pigwort. Oh no, Pigwort is the true raid boss in the game now, chat. Okay, so regular bosses have their damage cut in half. Pigwort does more damage than some of them now. Pigwort is the true raid boss. Quiet Punch with action skill, Quiet Punch with spell, Quiet Punch with sword. True, that is me. Hey Brucey, how you doing? Why is Pigwort so hard? Moves fast, has multiple phases, multiple health bar types, multiple resistances, and does high damage. Pigwort is just a threatening enemy. Benchwarmer, how are you today? I don't know if you mentioned it, wire up Scallon over Scalawag. Would you be shooting too infrequently? Have the cross to be worth it? Originally, I didn't want to, like, shoot at all. Logically, I could run a Scalawag here. I would just have to shoot, and it would feel similar to my Ghostblade setup. The tree is already very similar, if not identical, to Ghostblade. I think the only thing that's different is sometimes for Ghostblade, I run Dedication over Rebuke. But this is, like, basically my Ghostblade build, just changed to hammer. I wanted it to play a little more differently. So holding the stronger blade, but opting to not shoot, led into that. Scalawag is like a good, I almost called it Scalaquag. Scalawag's a good pick here though. I think maybe I'll take one of these and roll this enchant onto it. We'll use Moon Orbs for that. So we just have the option. Though I don't really need this enchant. It's just nice to have for cooldown purposes. Whoever made the Obelisk bosses want something to make big work. They just wanted the game to be challenging, and I respect it. Pigwort's like the one enemy I don't want to see if I have Healing Vengeance. Healing Vengeance and Buff Buddies both make Pigwort just, like, nightmarish. Is a Cryo non-Primordial ×2 better than a Primordial ×1 Poison? Scalawag? Well, generally with the Scalawag, you don't care how much damage it does, so Chaos Tier is irrelevant. Like, I don't even know what Chaos Tiers mine are. Chaotic, Volatile, Volatile. Yeah, like, it doesn't really matter. ×2 is more bolts downrange if you're talking about stacking up cross bolts and follow up and all that stuff. So I'd say ×2 as long as it has the appropriate blades. As long as it has the blade and the right crossbow type is optimal. But the damage of the item itself doesn't matter. Because the one thing Borderlands players hate, moves, real. Feeding pistol money and hoping you don't get legendaries. Yeah, I guess that'd be a situation where you would want less loot luck, right? Is it worth having a character that never did the shrine so that you have higher rates of purples? That's a cursed question. Barreled myself. Thank you, Indomitable. Actually saved me. Oh, and then that killed me. Hey, you're testing? Fuck. This shrine for the first time a week ago. I don't know how much that would reduce your loot luck. Is it 25%? Should show here, right? Which one is it? RNG. Yeah, shrine is 25%. Yeah. Yeah, Shiner. You recommend an armor set that's good for Deadshot spell build? Sure. You got a few options that are going to be good there. Selective Amnesia is just great because it gives you a huge amount of damage based on your movement speed, and it happens when you take damage, so any kind of build that wants to deal damage is going to benefit from that, as long as you have the survivability for the armor to not kill you. And Deadshot has Sanguine Sacrament in the Great Important Tree, so you're basically immortal as long as you're casting frequently. You could also go with an Amalgam, just to have more raw stats on the armor. You could go with a Calamity if you're using fire spells. Dealing damage to an enemy will increase your fire damage for each individual enemy you hit, up to 100%. The biggest thing with your armor on a Deadshot is you want to prioritize the skills. So what legendary effect it has, if it has one or not, doesn't matter as much as the skills and the passives. You want to get area damage on the passives if you can, because almost every spell is area damage. And you want to have, if possible, double knot armor or blast gasp armor is quite good. High thread count armor is also nice for caster builds. Those would be like skills to keep an eye out for, but for the most part, having area damage and just decent damage dealing stuff on it is more important than the rest. Extra multiplier for all shrine completion is just a stat bonus. All shrines is wisdom. Having like every single type of shrine completed, that's wisdom. Keep looking for 2-point double knot legendary armor, cannot find one. Look at purples. Purples are worth it. Well-rolled purple can be better than a middle-of-the-road legendary. Ascended laser hand with double spell damage? Holy damage. That's crazy. Hey Grass, how you doing? 9.5k? 9.5. So, does that mean with 3 spell damage parts, a laser hand can get over 10k? That's pretty crazy. Good, how are you? I'm doing well. Good vibes today. enjoying throwing around a bunch of hammers and melee of other varieties. So, never seen used for damage reduction in lands games. So defensive skills in this game in particular are a lot more valuable than in previous games, Benchwarmer. In many instances in previous games, you're absolutely correct that the trade-off of the sacrificing something else for a defensive stat has not usually been worth it. A good example is in Borderlands 3. Stacking shields for the sake of stacking shields didn't really do as much as just taking damage to kill the thing faster or relying on your health gate, because how the game worked. And the strongest cases for defensive stats in that game came from ones you would get while going for something else. The Beskar shield, for example, gave 50% true damage reduction, but was also a top-tier reflect shield. So most people use it for the reflect part and just happen to get the damage reduction in the process, right? The Mana Well, giving you a really strong bonus element while its effect is on, also giving you 90% damage reduction. The Mana Well made you insanely tanky, but it was also a damage option, so you didn't have to compromise there. In this game, defensive skills are more important, defensive stats are more important, because in some areas there's ways to turn them into damage. The Amnesia Armor allows you to turn movement speed into damage. Now, not only is movement speed good for movement, but it's the best defensive stat in this game because the boss design revolves around a lot of attacks that you need to just not be hit by. You need to crouch, you need to jump, you need to strafe, etc. And enemy damage scales up with Chaos Tier in this game. There's also the in-game menu difficulty options of Relaxed, Balanced, Intense, which affect enemy damage as well. So you are in more of a position, especially with the absence of lifesteal, where defensive stats can help a lot. And most of my builds that I'm playing right now do go out of their way to take defensive options. They're very valuable in this game. Stuff like damage reduction is still kind of hit or miss. For example, Rebuke isn't very valuable, because per point you're not getting much damage reduction, and it's competing with other stuff. I'm taking it here because for this specific build there's not a lot that competes with it. But Storm Breath over here is good because it's the BL3 school of thought. Getting damage reduction and something else, 15% for 1 point is very good value, but you're also getting that Wyvern attack. But defensive skills such as Indomitable are great. Every 100 seconds you get a full ward refill if you would die. It's effectively a second life, and you also get damage. Elusive is great because you have a chance to just simply not take damage. Anytime you would take damage, you roll this chance if you're spec'd into this skill. Berserker's got the old ways, which is damage and damage reduction. Unyielding, which is powerful, always-on healing. The way defensive skills and stats are structured in this game is they're generally a lot better than in the Borderlands games. And they add up very nicely. Appreciate the advice. Running a Chaotic Laser Hand and a Chaotic Trickster Ice Spike, both have 2 charges, a lot of fun. Hey, yeah, powerful setup, Shiner. Good taste. What are the chances of spell drops with 3 of the same part? Very low. Very low. Thought I had last night, instead of a normal BLT, do Hickory Smoked Bacon, radicchio, red and white peppery lettuce, avocado, and grilled pineapple. That sounds like it could work. You ever have a salmon BLT, Manigeek? I feel like I've mentioned this recently, but that shit changed my life. I had it once at like a pub, and it's been in my dreams ever since. So a lot of spells are affected by area damage to work in Laser Hand? Yes. The only spells I can think of off the top of my head that are not area damage are Arc Torrents. There's one other thing I don't remember. Just hearing that changed my life. You like anime? I wouldn't consider myself like super into anime, but there's some that I follow, yeah. I grew up watching a bunch of them. Yeah, I'd say yes. Salmon BLT? Yeah, you got a BLT, and you just have, like, salmon in it. Like a chunk of grilled salmon. It's a game changer. I gotta test Head of the Snake Love Struck Bow. I keep forgetting. getting grown tomatoes this year. Very excited to pick up BLT very soon. Ooh, homegrown tomatoes hit different. Super often with store-bought tomatoes, they're like the engineered, very flavorless ones. But homegrown, you can be a little picky and set yourself up for a real treat. Sometimes as a kid, I would just eat tomatoes like you bite into an apple. It's a tomato garden outside. Anything specific you're looking for in loot? Yeah, I'm looking out for armors for this build. I want, ideally, I'd want something with, large amounts of spell damage, melee crit chance, and area damage, and Clawbringer power. I want all of those things in an armor. Now, that still keeps the field of options quite wide. Something I should consider doing is, I've not done Theodore 4 on this character. Doing that would put Tyrant's Truth in the pool, and that's an armor that I really do want for this build. It's just Theodore 4 is an experience. I suppose I could do it. Yeah, you know what, fuck it. After this run, we'll do Theodore 4. Local pub has an option to top a salad with grilled piece of ahi. It's like meat candy and goes well with the greens. Meat candy was my name in high school. Got Ascended Perceiver. Good? Yeah, Perceiver's decent. A little uninteresting, but it can put out the damage with good RNG. Gotta go, much love. Take it easy, New Max Ben. I appreciate you. Hope you have a good day. Also homegrown tomatoes and cucumber and zucchini. Ooh. Sounds delicious. I've been trying to eat more vegetables. I like vegetables. It's just I rarely have fresh ones to prepare. That would grow tomatoes be the size of the store ones, but with flavor intact. Yeah. This is a situation where Amnesia would be really good. Salissa's got that lightning resist, that's why this fight's taken a little bit. We're still able to leave good dots. Thank you, Indomitable. An absolute gem of a skill. And this food talk actually got me hungry this time. Normally I could ignore it, but now I really want some food. Should we take a lunch break? Maybe. Like some anime, I've been very careful with whom I talk in anime communities, a lot of creeps. I've heard there's some communities that have some problematic individuals. Yeah. just so satisfying seeing the dots tick away from that hammer throw. And as we saw yesterday, every community has assholes in them. True. Some chairs have 2 assholes in them. Good wolf. Okay, that's toxic. Thank you for the bits. Text-to-speech is gonna read that and I'm gonna die inside.
Do not think about shrimp tamora teriyaki with chicken and beef chunk infusion with miso soup, it might make you hungry.
I hate you. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Bad wolf. Want to eat more spinach and dill? I used to hate those when I was a kid, now they're some of my favorite vegetables. I don't consume a lot of dill, but spinach, yeah. I had a phase where I didn't like spinach as a kid, but now I'm like, give me more, please. I'm considering introducing, like, smoothies and shakes and stuff into my diet more regularly, because it's something I can just kind of consume easily. And spinach would be, like, great for that. Spinach is the goat. Popeye the right idea. Real. Good hit. Where did that go? Also don't make smoothies, just can't afford it. It's tough to keep all the ingredients on hand thermal. Yeah, I feel you. Because, like, a lot of them have a short shelf life, and also, you know, if you go all in on a couple ingredients, then you might burn out on them. Maybe that's just me. Like, if I eat a particular food a lot, frequently, then, I kind of get fucking sick of it. So that feeds into wanting even more variety in your shakes and smoothies, and like that's an expensive position to be in. Ass amazing, real. Frozen fruits from Costco, vouch. Veggies literally saved my life. Had bad cholesterol problems, so changing over to eating more variety helped tons. I find veggies tasty. You gotta find ones you like, though. Big vouch for Brussels sprouts, asparagus, some nice corn on the cob. All those are like go-tos for me. Whenever I'm grilling, I try to get any of those as sides. I have to be able to afford a Costco membership. That is a fair point. Asparagus with butter and garlic hits so hard. Ooh, I've never tried butter and garlic on asparagus. I usually go, like, olive oil and salt and lemon juice. But butter and garlic sounds like it hits. Or like porn on the cob. Are you okay? Roasted Brussels sprouts and butternut squash with bacon and soy maple sauce. It's outstanding. I'm trying to think of the last time I had butternut squash, and it's been a couple years. I should change that. Whenever I don't have a plan for veggies, I just do bell peppers. Yeah, am I weird in that I could just slice up bell peppers and just like eat them, like nothing done to them, just eat them like a fistful. I think I'm weird. On a different note then, do you not like difficulty 4 of Feodor? I like it for the chaos of it, but it is a bit of an experience. Like, it is demanding. Good hit. Wife serves up sliced raw bell peppers all the time. No, I love to do that. Not bell pepper slap, not weird. Okay, cool. I found my people. Orange bell pepper, best bell pepper. I'd agree with that. Do we make a bell pepper tier list, chat? Dip in hummus, even better. I never quite loved hummus, but I feel like it's one of those situations where I've just not had the right one. You guys have hummus flavor recommendations? All of them? Helpful. Pine nuts. Red pepper. Red pepper's the one I've heard the most about. Making your own doesn't miss. That sounds like something I'd have an interest in. A little awkward because of the lightning resist, but we got this. Oh, never mind. All hope is lost. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff from Drill that I wouldn't have survived on this build before the changes. This is one of my glacier builds. That's a solid hit. But, refer back to what I said earlier about the most damage you take in the fight is from the ads for this boss. Started my melee playthrough of like level 8. I am proud of you, Thermal. Good job. Welcome to Bonk Town. Halal stores have some really high quality stuff. I wish there were more of them around. Best place to get nuts and meat. I've heard that actually. Just as a general tip, when you're purchasing food, if you can ever get a kosher or a halal option, it's just better. It is just better quality. Yes, if it's authentic, then just the way to do it is choice. Okay. Detroit Long City. Have been to halal guys since moving to work from home 2.5 years ago. I really miss them. There's so many places I haven't been since before, 2020, March 2020, that, like, it feels like a different lifetime. It's wild. I gotta go out and, like, adventure more. So our hammer dot so high? Sure, alchemical agent. Alchemical agent. We're doing spellblade stuff, Al. So we're feeding the hammer with spell damage to boost conditional. And also we happen to have a paradigm for a little bit of melee damage out of that, but we don't actually get much. We don't have that much spell damage. And we have max investment in wisdom from hero points, alchemical agent, incantation, and exploit their weakness. Against single targets, I'm applying melee crossbolts and soaked to make that base hit higher, which means the dot resulting will be higher. Yeah, this is Spellblade stuff. With sufficient investment, I think you can get a hammer throwing build featuring a Diamond Guard sword, a Goblin's Bane, or a Greed Warden to do well, because those are the other ones that would buff the hammer. But you're definitely going to want to, when making this skill work at above, say, C25-ish, you're going to want to have one of those weapons that buffs it. Again, the four are Greed Warden, Goblin's Bane, Diamond Guard sword, and Spellblade. Spellblade peaking the highest. Diamond Guard's the most interesting, though, because it allows you to change Storm Dragon Judgment's element into different elements. So you could say I have a Dark Magic Hammer Throw, or a Poison Hammer Throw. It's just a cool idea. But incredible going places where you haven't been in years and seen a notable difference in the size of trees. That's a little detail, but, you know, it makes a lot of sense to me. Oh yeah, I was gonna roll the Scalawag. Forgot that. How many runs ago was that? Shit. You tried. Poison Hammer Throw, Toxic Bonk. I'd always take the hardest curses, stay away from Toothless and Roguelite, pretty much anything else is fair game. Yeah, it's better to just simply take a curse. Taking an easy curse or a medium curse is better than not taking one. You'll get good crystal yields. There's not a huge difference between taking, say, an easy and a hard, as long as you took a curse. I'm back home for the first time in 2 years recently. It was crazy how nothing really changed. Just like a little pocket, untouched by time. Yeah, some places are like that. Runs incredibly hard. I can't believe it didn't get knocked once. Built different. How many mules are too many? I haven't hit that number yet. I'll let you know, Kirk. Chinese place that used to get authentic Szechuan pepper food closed down, and that one still hurts. Stuff is spicy and good. Yeah, the authentic stuff hits really different. It's so much better. Americanized Chinese food is, like, good when you need to eat and don't want to put effort in, but, like, actual Chinese food is so good. Alright, I know I'm sandbagging. Alright, let's get this over with, Fyodor. It's funny, my COVID brain is making up items that I assure you exist in Wonderlands. Oh. How you feeling, Al? A little better, at least?
Everything.
There's Szechuan beef made with real Szechuan peppercorns, not that fake stuff. Little touches like that go a long way. I like the claw armor for companions, having trouble playing with Gloombringer. So claw armor for companions is useful when you want to make one that doesn't normally do an element. Do that. For example, I know it's popular for people to use claw armor to change pixies into dark magic, because pixies don't roll dark magic, so that's an application. You can use something like the unique Frostburn spell, which is the only sigil in the game that can roll multiple charges. It is a combination rebuking and vigilant sigil, so it gets those hydras. It's always frost though. You could use a claw armor to change it to a different element. So that's where I like using that armor. A little? That's something at least. One of the few soul food places in my neck of the woods closed. That sucks. One place that I was happy didn't close down is there's a really good southern style like chicken place a town over from me. And they actually managed to stay open. I don't get food from there often, but it's so good. Hey, never mind. Hope you're well. How you doing? Well, thank you. Glad to hear. After doing Melda for Salt and Battery and only 2 chums 1, should my melee character stay away from Theodore or do it anyway? It's gonna depend on if you plan on farming Stab-O-Matic and Smithy's Ire and Tyrant's Truth on that character. If you want to farm any of those on that character, you're gonna have to put up with Theodore. If you would rather farm those items on another character, I would say don't do Theodore on your melee character. I would also really say don't do Imelda. Like, you can just get Salt and Battery on another character, honestly. It's not worth introducing her to your pool for any build that you can help it. Now, if you're willing to do From the Shadows Executioner's Blade stuff, then yeah, you can get through phase 1 of Imelda pretty cleanly, and you can justify it to yourself that way. That's what I do. I just, From the Shadows, Taser, Exi Blade, and that takes care of the phase. But it is annoying that you have to just kind of adjust. I don't mind adjusting for bosses. I like bosses taking an active role in my approach to the fight, but with Imelda, it's because the hitboxes don't work and because you physically can't close the gap in phase 1. And I think those are the wrong reasons, personally. Speaking of great local businesses to support, if any of you are ever in Denver, Colorado, be sure to check out True Brewing and get you some Music City hot chicken while you're in there. Best beer and hot chicken in the state. Ooh. I've never been to Denver, but it's somewhere I kind of want to go. Doing Frost Shiver stuff? Yeah, as long as you go to Executioner's Blade, what bosses you have in your pool aside from Theodore don't really matter, because you can always Exi Blade. With Theodore, it's still awkward because of the soul cells. Got Buffmeister in my playthrough. Enjoy your movement speed. I can vouch for True, they're really good. More vouch is always appreciated. Denver's shit during the summer, too hot. October's the time to be there, weather's perfect. I do want to, not this year, but like next year, 2023, I want to travel. I just want to like go do fun shit. Been inside for too long. I will be taking a vacation in September to go do some shit, but I want to like go new places as well. When is Salt and Battery available to loot Mondays? You have to complete Form 4 of Imelda, which is truly a drag. It is just not a good time, in my opinion. That actually procs Indomitable. Oh no. Chicago in September. Never been to Chicago. Playing with Lazy Splendor build, so one of Executioner's Blade. I haven't farmed Salt and Battery though, only one in my bank. So if you don't take Exi Blade for that kind of scenario, the situation you're going to end up in if you introduce Imelda into your pool is she will just be popping up in your boss runs. She'll be popping up in your randomized runs. And you won't have a counter other than haha sword explosion go burr, I guess. Which is still kind of slow. SoCal and enter current month. It's got an ascended miasmic mail. Ooh, is it good? If I ever head out to the Pacific Northwest, I can point you in the right direction for a lot of cool stuff. I'll take you up on that. I will definitely take you up on that. Happy Friday, Ewok. And Quag Sir to you as well. Stats are Mavic, first time seeing this ended. Hey, congrats regardless. Getting a high chaos tier Miasmic Mail is nice because it is one of the ones that the effect directly scales up. Not just the stats, but like the actual effect, the status damage does get stronger. That's nice. I think it would be a good pick for this build, actually. I would like to have a good Miasmic Mail. Because, I have some status damage here, I have status damage here, status damage here. So I have a total of, what, 80... 120%? Do I have any Miasmic Mail in here to look at? I do. So, non-chaos here, it's 30%. That helps the alchemical agent up. Just kind of is like a free stat that you can't otherwise get on armor. That would let me... I could move some of the status damage out from elsewhere in the build if I had that armor. Here the Euro's kind of down, so it might be the time to consider Europe. Maybe. Sentence select amnesia with burst, stab power, spell damage ability, crit chance, 2 an Iron Squall, 2 at Old Ways, 1 follow-up in the vending machine. That'd be good. Everything except the ability crit chance would be really good for a Dreadwind build there. Because you could do Dreadwind with the Spellblade. With that. And get some value. Wouldn't be as good as a Paradigm. But it would be good. Want to get it? It's my last 100 mil. Maybe not then. It's not like a must-have with those rolls. You could safely pass on that one. If you had 200 mil, I'd say buy it, but... Also, that's how much it costs? It costs 100 mil? Yeah, I need to make more money on this character. $96. Good to know. 96 for an Ascended Armor. I've still not gotten an Ascended Armor in Vendor, not a Legendary one anyway. So, I was unaware of the price. That's why I like keeping a lot of money on hand on characters. This one is low right now because also right before stream I went and bought the rest of my SDUs and that cost me 74 mil. So yeah, I'm down to 44 because of that. Do you want a on-spellcast melee in your Stab-O-Matic? Generally, that's one of the better ones to get, yeah. So with enchantments, in particular spellcasts blank kind of damage, they're kind of interesting in that you can't get spellcast gun damage on a gun, you can't get spellcast melee damage on a melee, and you can't get spellcast... Well, spellcast spell damage isn't a thing, but you get the idea. Stab-O-Matic's unique because it's a gun, but it does melee, so you can get the spellcast that boosts it on it, instead of having to go like spellcast elemental or something. So it's neat to get it there, but since that enchant rolls in any slot, it'll really just depend on what you have on your ward and your spell. But yeah, it's a good one to go for. Dip earlier, didn't get to hear what you said about yesterday, I just watched that part of it. Well said. Truly appreciate the positivity of both these Scorpions like you. Thank you for saying so, that was pretty boss. It's just something I felt the need to do. And I hope it can benefit people. I'm just not gonna get it. Alright, I have an armor for Dreadwind. Yeah. Save the money. Save the money. Like I said, it could have been better. Just got to 127 mil in my main after respecking last night. Worth though, lots more damage now. I have a couple builds that I want to respec just to move like a couple of points to test some things, but it's so like that money. I've considered messaging someone to be like, hey, join my game and let me trade you my money so I can respec, and then trade me it back. I've considered doing that. Appreciate you for answering. Hey, it's my pleasure. It's what I do. Always happy to do it. What do you mean cheating? It's just clever use of economics. Pretty open schedule. Alright, now, so if you ever need me to do that, I'll hop on. I'll keep it in mind. That was a satisfying throw. Yeah, Ancient Deity is a great example of an item that could use some love. Would like to see some item balancing once the dust is all settled from PLC4 and Blight Collar and all that stuff. Committing respec evasion. You can't prove it. There's no proof. How I feel about ARs? Yeah, ARs, wards, some melee weapons. Hey Cheese, how you doing? Chat, follow Cheese. Seriously, Cheese is one of the reasons I got into streaming. Just variety content creator, plays the Wonderlands from time to time, but mostly variety. Just the kind of person you can watch and enjoy whatever he's doing. Also a DGen hour streamer, so anyone who's up those hours, another person for you to watch. I'm in pain's pretty good. What did you do? What are you gonna change about wards? There's a bunch that just kind of don't have a use case. Like, obviously it's hard to compete with the likes of Body Rune. Even post-change Bad Egg is still up there. But you have things like the Ancient Deity that are small amounts of elemental damage, that is just regular old elemental damage, with a built-in downside. It just doesn't have a use case. You have any of the wards that have a damage-dealing effect, such as Afterburner or Undead Pact. Well, those don't scale, so they don't have a use case. I'd like to see those kinds of things get love. I don't know, back hurts. Oh, that's because we're fucking old, jeez. That's age. Okay, how am I doing this? Stab-o-matic? Yeah. A Spellblade? I should skip. I should skip. Skip. Thank you, Skip. Thank you, Indomitable. Does Feodor or damage to player change the last hotfix? No, just base game. So Feodor and Imelda still hit really hard. I'm hoping that they target DLC bosses with a series of changes to lots of aspects of them in its own little update. I'm hopeful. Still youngin'. You might be older than me, but you're younger than me. No. OGK has the same grumpy old man energy that I do. That's why we vibe. There's a mimic? What? Okay, I'm gonna fucking die. Stay out of flamethrower range. Leave me alone. I do have grumpy old man energy, especially with my knees and shoulders from basically worn out only 37. So next upgrade you're thinking about for your stream setup? My PC. My PC is the next thing. Dragoon Master. I've actually spent a lot of time setting up sponsor things and running extra ads and grinding hard this month because my goal is to replace my PC this coming month. So yeah, that's gonna be my next big thing. Brand new PC. I have not replaced or upgraded anything other than failing power supply twice in the last 5 years. So it's gonna be a fun experience. Keep is saving my ass so much. All the build hell stuff going on in this fight, they could probably drop the spinning walls blocking the weak points. I think that this is also one where the die lose the whole mirror mechanic could probably go. I think that could go from all of them, honestly. Because, like, losing your run during Theodore or Imelda is just the worst. Losing it during Chums, even, is bad because you just had to wait 3 minutes to be allowed to walk into the boss room. Because it's a time mechanic. I think it should have lives. Hey, Bearded Messiah. You just want to say like what you like, no one has the right to say that just because disagree? Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you for the kind words. I think that's something that reasonable people can agree on. Hey, Lotus Green, thank you for the leet tip. Let me go to my dashboard so I can actually read that. 1 second. Hey, Slushy. Hope your morning's been good? It's been good. It's been good. We've had good vibes in the community today. Lots of love, lots of support, lots of togetherness. You didn't include a thing with that? Well, thank you for the 1337 loading screen. Thank you so much. Okay, my intense fear right there is why a live system for this would be great. Can you imagine if I lost it now? Like, I'm cowering back here. This keeps on cooldown. Oh, there's Indomitable. You have health files? Oof. Goofed, keep up the good work. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Honey, I'm home. Hey, Tatsu. I would imagine I've been there. Yeah. Because the one life I actually prefer fighting the PLC boss in the Chaos Chamber. I go back and forth on whether I prefer them or not in the chamber, Mr. Armstrong Smart, because a big thing you don't get in the chamber version of the fights is the healing barrels. They're just not there. So in Imelda's room in particular, there's healing barrels everywhere because of the nature of the arena and her attacks. Those aren't there in the chamber. So much happening. Thank you, Skeep. Game lets me shoot you. I don't know if you guys caught that, but the weapon shield of my Stab-O-Matic actually just saved my life. Not go down for a minute because all my shit's on cooldown. I don't have a shot on the fucking shit. There's so much happening! Oh, I need like one more shot. Oh, that was stressful. Fyodor's the worst. I don't mind Fyodor personally because I enjoy the chaos of it, but it is not a fight I do frequently. I get why people dislike it, and I think having multiple lives for the fight in the mirror would be good, and I think if the boss actually dropped, like, anything, that would also be good. Did his body just eat? Like, he actually dropped an item, but it's not one of his dedicateds. So it's just not very rewarding for time spent. I think that's one of the problems with him. Hey soccer chick, how you doing? I think I made it to this last phase, way too much for me. Spent some time farming souls, was some total loss. Yeah. Yeah. But okay, that was Fyodor 4. We now have those drops in the world drop pool. So I can get Tyrant's Truths and Stabomatics and Smithy's Ires. Those are the big things that I want to keep an eye out for this build. On Cloud9, just had a huge interview that went really well. So fucking proud of you. Good job. Good job. Soccer Chick's gonna rule the world, chat. Go follow her. How many souls you got? Currently 185 remaining. To that DLC dedicated per mirror boss kill, because why not? I'd say go even harder on that. Like, what if it just always dropped 1 per week? So, like, let's say you do week 1, it drops 1. Week 2, it drops a week 1 and a week 2. Week 3, 1, 2, 3. Week 4, 1 for each. Oh, that makes too much sense. Like I said, I'm hopeful that they do make a pass in balancing the mirrors later on. Gross. Hey, Cross, thank you so much for the tier 1. Let me know if I butchered your name, by the way. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Hope we're having a wonderful day. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad-free viewing, faster channel point acquisition, all the good shit. Thank you so much. So, like, with the Universal Soldier, that Stabmatic's an upgrade. Mostly. So I guess I'll keep that. I need to make more inventory space. I have a problem. Get rid of those for now. How do you feel about Mace Wardu, AFK farming souls and lower chaos tiers? The thing with that, Arconium, is chaos tiers go... souls, excuse me, go up with chaos tiers in brackets. So I believe it's 23 to 47, you get 2 per. Below 23, you only get 1. Above 47, you get 3. So, like... yeah, I'd still stay on the higher ones. I do have to farm some souls so that I'm prepared whenever we get to the 4th mirror. So I can just grab those week 1 items, like, immediately. That's why I said AFK farm, I guess. Optimal souls to the bloops. It's contentious between the bloops and the forge. Forge is technically more. But bloops are less, like, input. Because the bloops will spawn instantly in the air in front of you, like in your line of sight, and you don't need to move. Whereas the goblins have to go to you, and they move a lot more. Now, sure, the barforms don't drop the souls, but you can find plenty of ways to automate just the bar forms dying. So I personally prefer the bloop farm, even though the forge, in theory, can give more. It's working yesterday. What's the update on the new Marion character? We have anything? We know that the next Wondercast is going to be on August 11th, and that we will be getting info then. We also had a hint, what sounded like a hint at New Game Plus in the works. If the passes on this were better, I would actually use this. Is that an Ascended Blue? Huh, nice. Good damage on that, honestly. Found I got an Empowering Sigil to put the cannon in this glass cannon build. Let's go. Empowering Sigils are so nice. Really big fan of that item. It's one of those things that's powerful enough you can just kind of slot it into a lot of builds. Cryo one is good. It's the best thing in the game, actually, for freezing. Use that. Oh, chat, I forgot. Right before stream, I also got my first ×3 Chaos tiered Butterboom. I had not even gotten a Chaotic or a Volatile of ×3, and I got my first Primordial one today. I don't play gun builds lately, but it's nice to have. Alright, let's go to chamber. Let's do some more boss runs. Let's hopefully get some Tyrus Truce. Oh, the popcorn shooter, good. Big damage. It makes enemies super dead super quickly. Just occurred to me Theodore 4 is now in my boss run pool. I can always just reset those runs. As long as it's not the third boss. Found the butter room, not living up to the hype, not sure what I'm doing wrong, rather have an elemental Ludite. Element matching is still going to win. But if you had only one J-Bridge, that's where Butterboom wins, as like the all-purpose. If that makes sense. Actually a tough choice. I guess I'll go Spectre then. Blaster. Wonder if I can survive any of his attacks now on this build. If he can hit me. Bro, your aim is like as bad as mine. Ah, you got me. Proud of you, buddy. I think a legendary Ludite would just be more. I mean, it's the element lock that's stopping it from being just crazy. But it is still a lot of damage. Big dot. Having 6 out of 3 nimble fingers. I really do notice the fire rate when I use the Tooth Raider. This is it without. That's how long I have to wait. But let me reload and nimble fingers. It feels much better. I'm hopeful that we get a good roll on a Smithy's Ire today, because mine is definitely subpar. Like, the crit damage part doesn't do anything, it's just got 2 radius parts, volatile. I'd like more projectiles. Okay, Viper. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Just cut off word.
Happy Quag Appreciation Day. Quag shy kinda weird. This always lines up with payday. Quag HMM.
Thank you so much, Viper, for the 500 bits and the kind words. I appreciate that. How was work today? Just got off work. So sorry for the threat you received yesterday, the WannaCast chat. It's even worse. Any time to do it out for it. Chat was going real fast, and honestly, the amount of pressure that they were under in that moment, because remember, the hosts and the guests were also looking at the chat, and they still had to conduct themselves professionally. So I don't begrudge them that. And I'm used to that kind of stuff. Doesn't mean I should ever have to hear it, or anyone should, but you know, unfortunately, used to it. But thank you for the kind words. We as the community had a nice little chat earlier in the stream about how none of us stand for that shit, or the other disrespect that was tossed around in the chat there, regardless of personal dissatisfaction with any decisions made in the game. So yeah, community as a whole, we're gonna move on stronger from that embarrassment that was that chat yesterday. So I'm in a bit of a pickle here. Storm Dragon's Judgment doesn't really hit Imelda well. Smithy's Ire doesn't seem to either. I don't quite know how to do this. I guess I stab him at it. I guess I have to stab him at it. Like, I can't use it while doing that? Why? Yeah, I guess I have to just stab him at it. This is what I mean. There's normally a healing barrel here, and my muscle memory sent me there, but it's not there in the chamber. Love to see more in-depth story DLC. It builds up these mirror bosses more, because they're all pretty cool. Hopefully do something like that in the future. Yeah, I don't think it would be too much of a course correction to just give us a little more narrative with the gameplay. I'm not a narrative-focused guy. Gameplay is the bit I care about. But I don't think it would hurt. I don't think it would hurt to, please more categories of players. I think that's always the better move. Best way to defeat Imelda is simply quit the run. Real. So, can I Storm Dragon Judgment you in this phase? Kind of. Okay, that hit. So, if I aim for, like, her left ass cheek, but from the front, it hits. Caster Imelda should just start at phase 2? Yes. Left front ass cheek, yes. Alright, I have one side of the equation down. Yeah, just a little bit more narrative stuff would go a long way to please a lot of people, Ken. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. And I'm sure that's feedback that they've definitely digested. It's a common one. Can I throw it the ground? That kind of worked. There's Indomitable. Oh, it's harder than Fyodor? Kind of. At least with Fyodor himself, like, you can hit him. With Imelda, I'm having to do all sorts of trickery. I have to complete the mini-boss stage 4 in order to get Saw better, drop my bunnies? Yes, never fine. Yeah. So, with PLC 1, with Chums, you only need to do Form 1, and then the rooms and the boss and the items are all in your just global pool. The only thing that gets added with PLC 1 as you go through the later stages is the later forms of Chums to your chamber pool. But with the other ones, you need to complete Form 4 before that stuff gets added into your world drop pool, which is where the bunnies are pulling from. You ever grab your own elbow thinking it's a mouse? Huh? Anyone struggles with the melt using a gun build, Ruby Spite's goated? Oh yeah, you can just get one of the ads and then... Good to know. Oh, they'll show Imelda and made me smile. You're welcome. I'll change my build for a boss. I don't have a consistent stance on that. In some ways, I do like the idea of a boss forcing you to adapt, but when it's because a boss's hitboxes don't work, well, that's not that. Like, if I have to hold a different gun, fine. If I have to keep a closer eye on movement or use a different element, fine. If it's, hey, your close range build needs to swap 4 items or use problematic tech, then I'm like, Gotta run, enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you again for all the support, Little Screen Boss. I appreciate you. Yeah, I think Amnesia would be real nice here. I'd kill her fine, but I shouldn't have to main one thing, do the most damage, more manageable. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. If it was constructed in a way that allowed you options. But that's Imelda's downfall. She is the antithesis of the game. The game is all about giving you choices. Like, here's the content, tackle it how you want to. Imelda doesn't let you do that. It's very restrictive. It tried. To figure out item score, you must travel deep into the forests of Asia to find the one man far enough away from civilization. When you enter his home, you must present 3 4-leaf clovers, 7 perfectly round pebbles, and 2 perfectly medium rare ribeye steaks. When you do this, he will tell you the secret of item score. He will simply shrug his shoulders and go, I don't know. Beautiful. Beautiful. I've got to add that and the one that Epic submitted. Hang on. Go back and grab that one. I like pasta. It's on my clipboard already. I did it, Mom. I made it to a Quag stream. Risky move for an anti-mather like myself, but hey, it's a small sum to calculate for 1 ounce of fresh quadro juice. What did it cost me? Everything. It costed me everything. I'd do anything, literally anything, to sniff that beanie for literal seconds. I'm broken. Epic made that one earlier. Get a Quag dab emoji. Fun story. That exists. I just rotated it out like a year ago. It was one of my early emotes. It exists. Bring it back. I'd want to get it redone, like more current art style. But maybe. If I had an emote slot for it, but... I do not. What was I rolling for? Okay, I want Smithy's Ire, and I want Tyrant's Truth. I guess a better Smithy's would be more urgent. Losing Quag Dad makes me feel Quag Hands. We lost that too. Emotes gotta evolve over time, Viper. You gotta... I mean, give me more slots and all that. Limited slots and too many memes. Just give it more hands. I don't see the problem. That's fair. After Quag Bob. I miss Quag Bob. I try to use it often. Maybe at some point I go through my analytics to see one that people don't use, and I just quietly swap that one out and hope no one notices. Quagheads is what I look for regularly, forget it's gone. I've done that a couple times recently. I got you, Jake Rich. I got you. Not a lot of legendaries on this run. That's unfortunate. That was a bit of a dud run. Sad. Sad about it. Kinda wild the Quag has an exclusive emote. So the story behind that is Twitch fucking hates me. And for some reason, Lazy's, like, it's the 1000 bits emote, right, Viper? I can't use it. Like, it just doesn't let me use it. I have it. I can't use it. Does not function. Yeah, that's the one. So, Lazy added another one. It's the same one, but with a 2. So I can use it. It's even the 5,000 instead of the 1,000. Actually, I should have taken that action skill start spell. Shit. I totally should have taken that. Ah. Oh well. This is trippy. I keep thinking I'm getting legendary drops in Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare. Oh, and is it the sound from my game making you think you're getting them there? Because I've totally been that way. Alright, homie, gotta head out. Stop by tomorrow. Hope the rest of your day's a banger. I'm sure it will be, OGK. Got some cool people around, yourself included. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you tomorrow. I like this build, and I really want to see how far we can take it. It's one of those builds that kind of makes me think for a moment about, like, acquiring some perfect gear to see where it peaks. Allergies. Ugh. Sound from the stream. Keep looking around trying to find where the loot landed. Yeah, it took until late BL3 for me to have the instincts to, like, not do that. Ugh, allergies, ugh. Because by that point, BL3, I wasn't picking gear up anymore, so, like, I could just get it out. Ugh, good dot, though. How different is the skill tree to Ghostblade? Almost not at all, Viper. The big thing is, depending on mood, I will go for dedication on Ghostblade, because it helps reduce the downtime, like, between combats. But for this, I just go Rebuke, and I don't take the Blasphemous point for Awe. Allergies. Apologies. I don't take the Blasphemous point for Awe, because my spell is Fire, and my hammer is Lightning. Other than that, though, I guess I take one Arsenal instead of one follow-up. Because I'm being low effort, not shooting. And I'm using a Spellblade. Because follow-up is conditional. So, since I have a Spellblade and a Paradigm, technically 1 point of Arsenal is, like, more optimal. C50 finally unlocked, now the true grind begins. Congrats, Dragoon Master. It's a big achievement just getting to C50. It's a lot of time invested. But yeah, best of luck. Grab those health vials. Stream of Valid. Might see if Stormdragon Judgment makes Banshee less pain with minimal gear swaps. Yeah, actually. It's a good idea. It's like, this enchant isn't actually that significant. I'm using it just because it's there. I could go Consec and just swing more and honestly achieve a better effect. So, with everything except the spell enchant, you'd still get full value from Ghostblade to Stormdragon Judgment. Good dots. One hammer throw. One hammer throw for phase 1 of Waster. That's alchemical agent ticking? Yes. I do find to see what people are saying about the drops in the higher cast levels. Shouldn't be getting non-chaotic little greens for bunnies at this point. Yeah, yeah. Like, this White Rider is completely worthless to me at this point. Once you've put in the hours on this character to get to C50, getting a damage dealing item that is just arbitrarily 8 levels below because of how chaos tiers work. This is also bad parts on a White Rider. This is actually worst possible parts on a White Rider. So, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Uncle Noble. How you doing? Hope you're well. Like, between part variants and chaos tier variants, it's very punishing to get things that you're looking for. But it has ASA poison. That's the saving grace, yes. I'm assuming Nightbot just broke one day and never reset its counter. So that counter hasn't been around like since the emote started. It only counts 1 per message, and then it counting a message at all is on a cooldown. So yeah, it's not accurate, but at least it shows us how many times Nightbot has participated. Actual usage of Quag Chat is way higher, yeah. And you have to lead with it. Welcome back, Sora. Nightmare. Happy those are the first Borderlands where I wasn't tricked and put to max level by hackers, all legit. Hey, I'm sorry that that happened to you. I hate that people do that. Like, it's so weird to me. Like, I don't understand how you get enjoyment from that. It's happened in every Lands game. It's frustrating. I'm sorry that happened to you. About to go on an angry tangent. Can't people leave other people's enjoyment alone? Ugh. Still health gated yet? This is one of my flimsier builds. Clawstalkers are not particularly tanky, and I only have, 3,000 health and I don't even know how much more. You stun them out of the attack? Yeah, you can. You can do that. It's not even a damage check, Flip. It's just like, hit it in the head. And if you do, it just is like, oh, okay. You can do that with a few bosses. You can stagger Wastard out of his attacks with melee. You can stagger Dragonlord out of his attacks with melee, and you can stop Nightmare from doing that by just shooting them in the head. One of my best weapons for one-shot reload guns on an amp spellshot build, Carouser. Big vouch for Carouser. Rain of Arrows would be good as well. Honestly, every time I made it happen, I assumed it was a glitch. It might be, but it's something you can consistently do with a headshot. And, proof that it doesn't require damage is I did it with a Twisted Delusion on a non-gun build. So, it doesn't have to be very much. It's about where you hit. About Crossblade. I tend to prefer the higher mag Crossblade so you could spam them, Stump. That's a personal preference, but it could work. I've not tried it, but Thanks for testing. Same for at in English. At. How you doing, not a shpee? That was funny. I don't know why that was so funny to me. I'm very runny right now from allergies, so that was almost gross. That nose exhale laugh. Is Crossblade one of the better shotguns? That's hard to quantify nowadays. I haven't played gun builds in a minute, so I don't know how that stacks up at C50. It's not one of the worst ones, but would I put it up there with the likes of Sword Explosion, Hawken, well, basically all the Hyperius shotguns are better. And then Rain of Arrows is better. The Torg legendaries are better. It's better than the Furior legendary shotguns. So I'd say it's middle of the road. Allergies kicked my ass today as well. Yeah. Justice for us, Shay. Took a few months, we're back to not much gunquag. It has been a journey. Has been a journey. Weak haul again. Weakness. Torg purples. Yeah, Torg purples are definitely better. Black powder purples have a case, interestingly. Hey, have you played BO3 Redux already? I played very early Redux, Zaki. I actually was one of the people helping out with the very early playtesting for certain things of the mod before its 1.0 release. I believe I'm somewhere in the credits. I did some flak stuff and some weapon balancing very early on. So, I haven't played more recent Redux, but I'm actually heavily considering doing some Redux stuff on stream whenever that new update drops. Because I want to go do modded stuff for each of the lands games. I don't know the Borderlands 1 modding landscape very well at all, but for 2, I want to do all that movement tech, because my biggest personal gripe with 2 is it feels dated. If you can change the movement to make it feel more modern, I would enjoy it a lot more. And there's a bunch of mods for that interest me. I've never played modded TPS, and I've heard good things about that Exodus mod, so I plan on trying that. And I may as well do modded BL3 as well. Sword is like a rip-off Sword Explosion. Yeah, I don't really know what the intended use of Sword is. Like, the Chuck isn't very good, the shot isn't very good. I would like Sword to get some love, but unfortunately, it's not very often talked about. It is a dedicated farm-only item, so you have to specifically, like, go to that one enemy and farm for it. So a lot of people don't even know it exists. Yeah, Dirk Ben. It's not in a great state, that item. Divergent and or Red Hellion, since it's all I get from bunnies. Well, with Red Hellion, it gets more projectiles up to a cap of 10 total, based on how much movement speed you have. Every 10% gives you another one, up to a cap of 10 total projectiles. So you just stack a bit of movement speed, and then you bullet hose. For the Divergent, it's just kind of mediocre. The chuck damage is okay, the shot damage is okay. It's just kind of like, put it on a gun build TM, and it'll be kind of fine, but I would still prefer using most other shotguns to it. I'm gonna head out. Sounds good, Viper. Have a good one. Never once seen a sword rank for my life. Who does it drop from? Is that... It's not Castor. It's the Obelisk boss in Asugol, right? Or is it Pyramid? Asugol? Okay. Yeah. I've gotten one drop of it ever. One. Oh, hey, neat. We got the Enchant TM. Mandiblon, yeah. Caster needs to be in Chaos Chamber. Caster in Chaos Chamber would be a nice little injection of variety. Yeah. Do one more. Just because I got that enchant. I was literally going to end if I didn't get that enchant right then. We'll do one more. Is this health bug or am I cracked? No, I'm just cracked. Come in here. One more. Out of context, that's even funnier, Carter. Orcanar. I think I missed. Gotta love when the health bugs or questions slams on non-crack. It is a nice feeling. Vorkanar is a little awkward here because lightning is not a favorable matchup against armor. In fact, that's very unfavorable. So this damage is actually good. Slow fight. Probably a fight I should, if playing optimally, Stab-O-Matic. Looks like you're fencing. Light colors save us from yellow health bars. There's not a lot of armored enemies. I suppose that's a complete 180 from BL3, where in Borderlands 3's endgame, almost everything was armored. Almost everything. I guess I don't need this Deutherator equipped anymore. I keep it for burning up. I keep it for burning up. Yeah, that's right. See expensive armors in the shops? No wonder. Yeah, that's true. I think of 3 bosses with yellow. Vorkanar and Nightmare Bunny. Zomboss has armor as well, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And if you want to count the soul cells, their armor. Also, Dragon Lord has an armor bar. That's goblins. We're mostly just talking bosses, but yeah, there's basic enemies. Yeah. Imagine if Drill had one. Just they secretly patch in Drill gets a 4th phase. How did that hammer throw miss? I have questions. Drill gets the 4th phase, they're gonna have to cut all boss. Yeah, 2nd phase Nightmare being a ward bar, oof, this build eats it. Is that a weird idea for a build? I need help. What character class has the ability to increase damage by increasing movement speed? None of them, because the Stabomancer one's too shit to mention. I think it's gonna be good, but I have to try. What is the concept other than that? Drill whose test results are a tad concerning. For real. Took a bit, but we're back to Scalawag gaming. It's just too good. I mentioned Swift Death, I might cry my pre-launch theory craft run. It's okay, you got Selective Amnesia, the goat of armors. It's everything Swift Death wishes it was. It is simply the goat. Wag gaming. Grr. Arg. This would happen. This would happen to me. How could this happen to me? Oh no, don't DMCA me. Armor curse. Oh yeah, those don't death save you. That's important information. Soul Warden gonna stop the fight when he killed him. Because we're the bad guy. Duh. Spectral Talents for? We need Spectral Talents. Soul Cell's not Death Saving's Curse. Like, why don't people use them? I know Moxie made a Executioner build that used them before Laser Hand got buffed. They're a good damage dealing spell if you were looking for a fire option for single targets. That is the non-legendary option there. Oh, I might be fucked. Come on. Oh, you're a badass? These death saves are real close. I don't like this position I'm in. Wait, that just went through. That actually just went through the pipe and hit me. Those do that? Well, I learned something. Pain. Pain! Theodore be like, yeah, you know what? I don't need that run anyway. I want to do something with Garlic Breath or Eruption, just run around really fast, blowing up over and over. It's not fully thought out. You could just... There's a bunch of classes that have movement speed. But you'd probably want one that has the ability to boost the damage of a spell while also having movement speed. which would be Berserker. Berserker has move speed and global formula stuff. And then you'd want a lot of value out of spells and a lot of cooldowns, so you'd probably end up doing like Spell Shot Berserker for that. If I was to do that concept myself, that's what I would do at least. Does Stabmatic have a blade attachment? No. That's like the only... Well, that's not the only difference it has from BO3. There's some like subtle differences in its parts. Like the mag can get weirdly small and it doesn't get a blade. Isn't fire a second weakest element? By what metric? Fire is the strongest against red health bars. Red health bars are the most common in the game. Very few enemies have fire immunity or resistance. Why would fire be the weakest? Or anywhere close? Poison's the weakest because I said so. Can't argue with that logic. Why is Quag Shrek and not Quag-like? Because as a joke, in the process of the creation of that emote, there is a Quag 1 version, but like, Felicia was like, hey, it kind of looks like Shrek, so she made one that's Shrek, and I liked it so much that I'm like, yeah, that's just the permanent one now. So the answer is, it amused me. I guess I have to take Trust in Magic, because out there and out there, yeah, no, not happening. Using nothing but Frost. That'll make your elemental matchups really rough against... Really, game? Really? Against Flesh Health Bars, you will be slightly below capacity on wards and on armor. Matching elements is something to do. Like damage for the win. I really like lightning personally. But there is an argument to be made for it being on the weaker side due to how many enemies resist it. Lightning resistance is like by far the most common resistance in this game. It's actually kind of fucking annoying. Like, I found out yesterday that Bernadette is immune to lightning, apparently? Question mark. Solissa resists it, Drill resists it, coiled enemies in general resist it. It's got the most favorable elemental matchup. Like, lightning on wards is the highest damage of any element matchup, and it can benefit from soaked, and there's good supportive gear that happens to be lightning or boost lightning, but like, those resistances really do get in the way. Lightning and fire my go-to. A Clawbringer player, I see. How's your day going, Rune? I don't resist any elements, they're all SD. Better than yesterday's a fantastic. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. And she tried, but it was only chaotic. Actually bulletproof until I'm shot, then the effects wear off. I'm kind of annoyed I laughed at that immediately. sour bullet once. You can do anything once. Not anything. It's like you can eat anything once. Thinking stop bullet, the bullet's going right through me. Y'all are cursed. Due to the decreased spawn rate again for DLC bosses, still get them more often than boss runs than regular non-DLC bosses. Unfortunately, that's still always going to be possible. No matter how low the rates are, it's just always going to be possible. Example, I have not gotten chumps in the chamber in like weeks. Weeks of boss runs. I double-checked this morning. I do have DLC 1, the first one, just Form 1 of chumps completed on this character. I just don't ever fucking see it. So it's still gonna be like inconsistent. Chumps doesn't like you. I don't know why it says lost. Thanks, Carter. Always standing up for me. What else did Chump say? Does he like my outfit today? Chum said show feet. What, Blight Caller's class feet? I don't know. Does Dragonlord wear shoes? Don't test that. Said you fell off? Ah, damn. He's right. Boom. This is your fault. This is your fault. Black Horror class feat is ability weaving. You know, as uninteresting as that would be, I think it would at least provide some strength to some things that could use it. So fuck it, why not? Melee weaving. I'd enjoy it, but... Melda, why are you this way? Like, I hit her. You saw that. It didn't register damage. She's tormenting me. How new our useful spells are other compared to useful skills? I think it wouldn't even be that bad. Yeah, my one complaint there is that it wouldn't be mechanically very. It wouldn't add a gameplay layer. That's my big expectation, my big hope from Blight Caller. I wanted to do something that we've like not seen in this game, new concepts completely. So that's what I want. So ability weaving would be like good, but I'd prefer more new. Okay. Oh, it's this form again. Cool. Cool. Yeah, if you look down, you can time the hammer thrower. Ah, the cloud. Damn you, Apple. That was a good throw. There you die to a cloud spike or something. Love to have a spectral spawning or something like that to do damage. You're without also like to see more new things. Why hope spirits be a skill, not a class feat? Yeah. Would have been cool if chaining melee attacks grant you 10% increasing bonus per hit 3 times or something just to incentivize it more. Mini contact hits. Yes, easy. I agree completely. Okay, so I'm gonna abruptly end here because I have to run to the bathroom. Also, I'm hungry. But I wanted to end after this run anyway. I'll just do the looting. But thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate the discussion earlier. Remember to go out and spread positivity and direct your dissatisfaction into constructive endeavors and try not to harsh other people's mellow. Be good human beings. Do not let things like that Wondercast chat yesterday represent us as a community to each other, to the devs, to the publishers, to the people outside of the community. Do good things with good people. I'm going to find someone for us to raid. Let's see. Let's go raid Cat. See, how long has Cat been live, actually? 3 hours. I hope I don't extend the stream unwittingly, because I hate making people feel like they have to stick around longer. Okay, join the raid. We're going to go say hi to Kat. Lovely human being, wonderful, positive individual who's been part of the community for a long time, has recently been growing as a streamer, so let's help her out. She's currently doing some Chaos 50 Morticulturalist gameplay. That looks pretty interesting. I'll have to check out and see what the build is after I get food and run to the bathroom and stuff. So we're going to quag Chad. Quag Chad. Remember, spread love, positivity, all that good stuff. Please drop a follow on Kat. She's been nothing but supportive of the community and absolutely deserves your follow and your attention. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Tomorrow's Variety Saturday. So the plan is to finish up Stray, and then if Stray doesn't take much of the stream, we'll do Outriders for the remainder of the time. But yeah, Stray tomorrow. So I'll see you guys. Next Wonderland stream is on Monday. Be safe in this heat and stuff, and seriously, be kind to each other. Thank you. Bye-bye.